Before the main item, before the business of tonight, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the NPAT String Quartet who are playing for us early on today. Thank you very much, Quartet. Hope to hear from you again. Apologies for non-attendance. Democratic Service Manager, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies have been received from Councillors Rebecca Breeze, Pinder Chohan, Penny Flavel, Rupert Frost, Rosie Herring, Jake Roberts, Catherine Russell, Lisa Samiotis, Brian Sargent and Councillor Davenport. And I've been advised that Councillors Ian McCord, Gareth Eales and Naz Chowdhury will be joining us later.
Thank you. To me, I have Paul Clark. Any other apologies that we know about? Thank you. Declarations of...
It's Councillor Terry Eales will be late as well.
Thank you, Vote. Declarations of interest. To receive any declarations of interest from members on an item on tonight's agenda? None? Thank you. We received the minutes of the Council of the 18th of May. May I sign them as a true and accurate record? Somebody say yes? Yes, thank you. I will do that. A number of Chairman's announcements. Firstly, the more serious ones. My sad duty to inform Council that former Northampton Borough and Northamptonshire County Councillor Alderman Mike Boss passed away recently. Mike served on Northampton Borough Council from 1995 until 2011. He was elected to represent Nen Valley in 1995 and then Thorpelands from 1999 onwards. He served as Mayor of Northampton in 2002/3, as a member of Northamptonshire County Council from 1988 to 2005, representing Abington Division. He served as Chairman of the Council from 2003-2004 and was also Chair of Development Control Committee from 2003 to 2005. The family of Alderman Boss would like those who knew him to attend his funeral and wake. The funeral would take place at the county's crematorium, Toaster Road in Milton Mouser, at 2 o'clock on Friday week, this Friday the 7th of July, and there'll be a wake taking place at 4 o'clock at the Guildhall courtroom here. Also, I must report the recent death of Councillor Jim Powell, a former member of Daventry District Council. Jim came to our notice in 1987 when he stood as Conservative candidate for Coventry North East. He failed to get that, but his consolation prize was being a member for Ravensthorpe on the Daventry Council from 1988 to 2000. A notable historian and author. This particular book, Breaking of Eggs, has been sold for film rights, although we haven't yet seen the film. He was director of Holdenby Ceramics and a valued member of DDC for 12 years. It is the tradition of the council here to applause these lives, and so I invite members to stand and give a short applause for both Alderman Boss and Councillor Jim Powell. Thank you. Thank you. All members will have received invitations for them and their partners to attend the civic service on the 16th of July. If members have not responded, please do so. Members that do respond positively will have seating allocated for them, so that is of importance. As an additional flourish to emphasize the difference of this particular service, there will be considerable musicality attached to it. A trumpeter, well-known international trumpeter by name David Blackadder, is going to be in attendance, and also some NPAT students as well. And a reception afterwards in the courtyard over here. Finally, on the question of motions for tonight, can I just express gratitude on behalf of the team up here. It is very helpful to receive motions, as we did do on this occasion, in draft form quite a few days before the deadline. That is very helpful to enable us to look at those motions. Public participation. There'll be no request to present petitions and address the meeting under that item. There have been 5 requests to address the meeting. Each member of the public, please remember, try and stick to a 3-minute timescale for an address. Firstly, Jean Lineker has asked to address the Council in relation to item 12, Integrated Care Northamptonshire Outcomes Framework. Mrs. Lineker, 3 minutes, please.
I'm happy to see integrated services coming together, but there's a few items I would like to say regarding the NHS Trust and doctors. They must be involved as well, because the NHS Trust are making mistakes on cancer. Elderly people are having the wrong conclusion on cancer. People of elderly. I think it's disgusting. 2 friends of mine, and I'm not mentioning no names, I never will. This should never have happened. She's been going through cancer for a long time. She went to the services for cancer and was given the wrong medication. She was given an infusion. That should never have happened to a cancer patient, an elderly one, and she's disabled as well. Also, cancellations of cancer. When someone cancels cancellations, please, integrated services, look into this, because it's happening at the General Hospital and Kettering. This has got to be addressed to. Twice she was, and it makes me unhappy about this, of friends of mine. The thing is, what's happening is when they go there, they're not told beforehand that it's cancelled. She got there, it was cancelled, not knowing it was cancelled. Another thing happened to her, they had the wrong report from another department, from somebody else. The records are getting mixed up. This is why the services sometimes are going wrong. And what I'd like investigated is consultants. Why are they going on strike? They do private patients. And they turn around and say, when you go there to ask for NHS medical problems and issues that they have, they say, well, we can do it quicker if you go private. That is disgusting. An elderly patient has paid for their care within the NHS Trust for years. I think that's terrible. This needs investigating on how many consultants do private patients without telling the NHS what they're doing. I'm sorry, but I'm very disgusted with my NHS doing this.
Thank you, Mrs. Lineker. Thank you. Kim Fuller has asked to address Council in relation to item 8, annual report and summary of performance. Ms. Fuller. Ms. Fuller is not here. Thank you. Mr. Kerr, is Mr. Kerr here? Splendid. Mr. Kerr has asked to address Council in relation to item 8, updates to the Constitution. Mr. Kerr.
There's a couple of issues, really. The first one was the Constitution. We've gone through this process a couple times before. It happened around the 13th century. We got to the Magna Carta. That was considered the Constitution at that time. We moved forward about 400 years. Glorious Revolution, we did the same thing again. We had a meeting of the minds between the public and royalty and the barons, and we got to the same situation again, a meeting of the minds and a reformed constitution. We called it the Bill of Rights in 1688. In that Bill of Rights, it does say no fines or forfeitures except by trial by jury. That's eroded. It also has a supremacy clause, not giving sovereignty to foreign powers, foreign prelates, etc. That's eroded, but that is treason. That is treason under the Bill of Rights. That has not changed. The issue of the Bill of Rights is not ancient law, ancient customs. Boris Johnson raised that argument in the case with Gina Miller. Peter Ball raised the issue in his case with the child sex abuse, the one with Charles Windsor. So we still have the Bill of Rights. It's still legislation. It's constantly being abused. One of those that came out of all that was the right to remain silent. That also has been abused. Moving on to planning. We have no long-term planning in this situation at all. If you go back through recent history, we've told women, go ahead, have thalidomide. It'd be great for your birth. What happened? A couple years later, guess what? Another German medication firm did the same thing. They produced some medication that was supposed to help with childbirth. It did the same thing. Children were being deformed. It happened with AIDS, with AZT. People were suffering after they got the AIDS treatment. It happened with COVID. People were being given jabs. The council promoted those jabs. It promoted penalizing people for recognizing the treatments and those. No, these are not incorrect statements. You back it up with science. Show me the science and I'll...
Show respect and let him finish his speech.
Yeah.
My dad died 2 years today.
Mr. Kerr, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kerr, please wind up, please. You've got just under a minute.
The whole point of this is the planning. There is no long-term planning. Let's take a more recent example. Thames Water, 12 billion in debt. How did that happen? Was that a surprise? No, it happens in many countries, in many times. The IMF will loan them money if the company can take over the water system. They go in, do some no maintenance to the system, and eventually within a few years it collapses. We're back at that again. We're also having that same situation, it seems, with the stadium. We loaned about, was it 10.25 million? And people were involved in that situation that thought that public funds were not being treated carefully. And we're back at that with Sixfields. It seems like that the money is going to go squandered again. Let me start more importantly. Can I get a show of hands? How many Freemasons here? Can I get a show of hands? You were interested. Are you a Freemason as well? Can we get a show? Nobody's
thank you,
interested.
Mr. Kerr. You've had more than 3 minutes. Thank you. Tiff Cottrell here. Tiff Cottrell has asked to address Council in relation to item 7, report to the Cabinet Member for Children, Families and Education. Ms. Cottrell.
My 4-year-old son, Albert, is autistic and has complex special educational needs. He has an education healthcare plan which took 46 weeks to complete. The legal time frame is 20 weeks, and after nearly 7 months, he still doesn't have any funding attached to his EHCP, so his preschool is not getting paid to deliver his provision. West Northants Council only delivered 10% of all EHCP plans within the legal timescales. But this isn't why I'm here to speak to you today. Albert was eventually offered a place at Hunsbury Park STEM unit back in February 2023. I was phoned this week to be informed that my son will be unable to start school in September, like other children his age, because the new STEM building will not be built after all. So he will have to wait until October. And to be honest, we still haven't been given a date. Is this the beginning of October, the end? Nobody knows. And if it is the end of October, he would have missed 2 months of his education, which would be a national scandal if this was happening to mainstream school children. We have been preparing Albert for school and the changes that are coming, and we don't know when he will start. West Northants Council fine and prosecute parents who struggle to get their disabled children into school, but unlawfully deny others their education. When Albert does eventually start school, he will not be able to stay there after year 2. In year 3, he will be expected to move to a totally different school. If anyone knows anything about autistic children, then they will understand that consistency is vital. Northants Parent Forum Group, or MPFG, have made it clear that they will not help, will not challenge the local authority, and are happy to accept the local authority's positive spin. I can promise you that myself and the other 23 families affected by this do not feel that it is a positive thing. We still do not understand why or how this has happened and is utterly devastating. So I have some questions for you all. Why has every family been given a different version of why their children will be unable to start school in September? Some were told that it's due to being £2 million over budget, others that they couldn't get building companies to tender for the contract, or that it was due to some mysterious contractual obligations. So which is it? Why is everybody saying different things and trying to cover their tracks? West Northants Council has taken all my choices away from me and my family. This is not what was promised back in February. The council graciously said that my son could remain at preschool during this period. However, his preschool are now saying they are full and that they do not have a place for him. So what do I do? The council said they are working closely with families, but they are not. It is clear that there is enormous failings at West Northants Council, and once again, it is our most vulnerable disabled children that are paying the price. The families of the children you continue to fail and treat as second-class citizens will not rest until your secrets and your lies are uncovered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cotterill. Gwyn Roberts. Is Gwyn Roberts here? Yeah, Gwyn Roberts is asked to address Council in relation to motion 1. Mr. Roberts, 3 minutes.
Thank you for inviting me. So yes, I'm from Northamptonshire Carers. We're a local county which is contracted by both West Northamptonshire Council, North Northamptonshire Council and the NHS. So we support unpaid carers. So we know that according to the last census, there was approximately 32,000 unpaid carers within West Northamptonshire. We think that's an underrepresentation. The figures in the national census did drop. However, the questions during the census have changed. Obviously, the census was conducted during the COVID pandemic, which was a very challenging time for carers. So carers, not to be mistaken for paid carers who work for care agencies or hospital or care homes, are the absolute backbone to society. They support loved ones, family members, neighbours and friends with disabilities, children with special needs, older people with dementia. Now, there's the Carers Leave Act is something that we certainly support, and that gives carers the right to 1 week unpaid leave. What we would argue for that is actually all employers, and to be fair, we do work with West Northamptonshire Council as an employer, should support the 1 in 8 of the workforce which are juggling paid work with caring responsibilities. Not only is it good for productivity, not only the right thing to do, it also allows employees to have accurate data of absences, because without this right, that people are generally forced to take sick leave when actually they're not sick, they are providing care for a loved one. And that level of understanding of your workforce, and especially at the moment where recruitment and retention is very, very difficult for most employers, is absolutely vital to support businesses as well as public sector and private sector in managing a productive and happy workforce. We also support the motion for a all partners roundtable during the summer, we're more than happy to be part of that. I'm sure we can, there'll be many carers themselves who are a vital voice for everyone to hear, as well as other partner organisations in the voluntary sector. So yeah, just to conclude, so 1 in 3 of us will be a carer at any point in our lives, whether it's we were a young carer as a child, or as we age, we may well be picking up a caring role for a spouse, for example. Thank you for the time, and I always like to reiterate the importance that carers do free of charge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts, and indeed all the speakers for, in particular, keeping to the appropriate time limits. Thank you indeed. Item 6, Councillor Bob Purser to move the motion in his name at item 6. Councillor Purser.
Thank you, Chair. Opposition business today focuses on the state of our footpaths, cycleways and roads. It comes out of Corporate Plan Priority 3 and asks the question, are we seeing improved road quality? I don't think we are, and I want to look at why that might be. I thank the administration for their amendment, which we have accepted, and I think it represents a wake-up call for Councillor Larratt. Don't think there can be anyone in West Northamptonshire, pedestrian, cyclist or driver, who isn't concerned about the state of our roads. In every ward we see rutted roads, worn surfaces, and no investment in road safety. Councillors will know their own wards. The people of West Northamptonshire deserve to know why our paths and roads are in such a poor state. It's easy to blame Keir, and we will see that they are not blameless, but the problems go deeper and wider. Last year, in Place Scrutiny, we learned about the new highway contract.
Councillor Hinch, do you have a point of order? No, if you don't have a point of order, please let the proposer finish.
My point of order is I was asking if you could ask the public gallery to be quiet so that I can listen to Councillor Purser.
Thank you very much. Members of the public, it is impossible for me up here to hear what's going on at the back of the hall, but you are very welcome to stay for tonight's meeting and tonight's debate. But please, do not interrupt and do not make any noise, whatever. Do not comment on the matters that are being discussed. Members are here to undertake important business, and they must, for that purpose, hear clearly what is being said by all other members in the course of the meeting without distraction. Thank you very much. Councillor Purser.
Thank you, Chair. I was saying that it's easy to blame Keir and that they're not blameless, but I think the problems go deeper and wider. And I want to look at what we heard at Place Scrutiny earlier this year. We heard from Keir management that this represented a fresh start and we would see an improvement and had a fill of corporate speak. But then in March this year, we had a report from the Assistant Director Highways on the outcome of the first 6 months of the monitoring of the contract. It was not reassuring. There is much that needs to be done to improve the delivery of the Keir contract, and they were scoring less than 1 out of 4 when 1 represented the minimum service that we expected. But as we were briefed, it became clear that even if they had scored 4 out of 4, the conditions of our roads would be no better than they are now. And as we questioned the officer, and I thank him for his candour, what became apparent is that our roads are in a state of managed decline. That's not what we should be doing with our major assets. He told us that outside the Keir budget, we are spending £6 million a year on road maintenance. I suppose that buys the stones from Barden Hill and the tar from Trinidad and the paint for the white lines and some of the equipment. But he also told us that to maintain a steady state, that is, our roads neither getting better nor worse, we needed to be spending something in the order of £11 million each year. He said to bring our roads up to a good standard would require the investment of something in the order of £200 million. Such is the poor state of our roads that £1 million had to be found from Councillor Longley's back pocket at the last minute, avoiding somehow the Star Chamber process. And then we got even later another £1.8 million from the government. So that brings us up to £8.8 million. But this is still less than the £11 million we need to maintain a stable state. Neither of those sums is consolidated, so the budget for next year stands at £6 million, little over half of what we need. What are the causes? National and local. The national aspect was, following the 2010 election, our austerity Osborne cut funding to local government. Some have calculated that to be nearly 50% of funding to local authorities. Now seen as economically illiterate, it's having an ongoing impact on our budgets. The second element was the cutting of the base budget by a predecessor authority, the Conservative-run County Council. That was so that we had reduced council tax bills. Max Corr, in his best value review, noted that the county set a significantly lower level of council tax than comparator authorities. Government capping of council tax then froze this lower level of tax take. It wasn't the only serious failure that Corr identified, but it's having a direct impact on our road maintenance budgets now. Local electors need to understand that voting for promises to cut council tax inevitably leads to poorer services. Cutting the local tax base was economic illiteracy, and we now would live with the direct consequence of his Conservative policy. So our proposal is, and I don't think there are easy answers to this, and I'm certainly not confident that Right, I'll say that again then. I'm not certain that Councillor Larratt has got a grip of the situation. What we need to know as a council is, where is that £1 million and £1.8 million going to be spent? And we're into June already, so we need to know that pretty sharp. We need to know where it will be spent and when. We need also to know that the Kier contract is improving. Certainly scrutiny has a role, but Councillor Nunn has to hold Councillor Larratt to account for this contract. If it's not improving, he should find a member of his administration who can make it improve. That's his job. Now, one amendment to the motion, it was suggested that we had a costed 5-year investment programme for bringing our roads and paths up to good state. That isn't in the motion today. I'm rather sad about that because I think that was an administration proposal that improved our motion, but it disappeared at some stage in the process. I think that would be a good idea, and I commend their proposal to them for consideration. So I move this opposition business, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Wendy Randall to second the motion. Councillor Randall.
Thank you. I'll second the motion and reserve my right to speak. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Larratt to move the amendment. Councillor Larratt.
I'm happy to move the amendment, Mr. Chairman, but I believe the proposer has accepted it, so I don't think we need to debate it entirely, but I would like to take part in the debate on what is now the substantive motion having been amended. I don't disagree with a lot of what Councillor Purser has said. I don't disagree with the history But let's not forget, it wasn't just previous administrations of the county council under the Conservatives. You need to look back even further to see what was cut out of that budget by Mick Young and his colleagues earlier in time. So please don't blame us for everything. But national government, as you say, we've been through austerity, budget cuts have had to be made, and we all know that statutory services take priority. We don't have to, unfortunately, and very unfortunately, we don't have to repair roads. It's not something there's a legal requirement for us to do. Whereas it comes to adult social care and children's services, there is a legal requirement for us to do that. So when budgets, I'm afraid, become under pressure, it is always the non-statutory services that suffer. And unfortunately, that is mainly in the highways area. I agree that we need to publish a plan as to where we're going to spend the £2.8 million, and that is actually underway. That is being prepared as we speak, and hopefully that will be ready within a matter of weeks and will be published and issued to everybody. We are investing to improve efficiency and effectiveness. We're investing £400,000 in new technology with an additional machine for fixing potholes, and the Pothole Pro machine, which is very quick and effective in dealing with big areas of degradation and potholes. So we are investing in those, and hopefully the 2.86 million will actually go further with the use of that equipment when it comes in. I think the thermal patching repair machine is coming in hopefully the end of this month, and the Pothole Pro machine in August or very latest September. So we will be able to crack on using that technology and get more done for our money than we currently do. So that is a key point to deliver better value, deliver more repairs, and that's what we're seeking to do through that. When it comes down to investment, an investment plan, we are in the process of embarking on undertaking or developing a transport strategy for West Northamptonshire. I think to budget that before it's actually drafted and in place is the wrong thing to do. I think we need to set our transport strategy, bring that through the various democratic processes, and then once we've got that transport strategy in place, highways transport strategy in place, then we can actually build a plan, financial plan to deliver that. So that's why we've got to get it the right way round. With regard to the contract, we are working very closely with Kia. There are all sorts of levels of regular monitoring, contract monitoring meetings. There's ones at officer level, there's one at senior officer level, and there's ones where the director and I meet with senior management of Kia. So we are working closely, we are pointing out to them and working with them, and where they're failing, we're making it very clear, and things are starting to improve. The problem, I think, has been the contract has changed. That was realised at the senior level in Kia, but it hadn't necessarily worked its way down to the people on the ground at Brixworth and Toaster actually delivering it. So that is being addressed, and things are certainly moving forward. But what I will do is when we have a next event, I will ensure that members are given a proper briefing as to how the performance regime of the contract actually works, what the milestones are, when the milestones have to be achieved. Because if they don't, it's a 7-year contract with 3 one-year extensions and a 4-year extension. So it's a maximum of 14 years. And if they don't meet certain performance criteria, and I think the first one is next year, if they don't meet the performance criteria by sometime next year, then they lose the first year of the extension. So it is going through the process, it is working, things are getting better, and people talk about potholes. Yes, there are a lot of potholes about, there are circumstances that for that, But I have today learnt from one of my colleagues that they're very pleased to see the amount of work that is actually being done. I have had 3 emails from parish councils thanking us for the works that's taken place in their parishes, mainly in the rural areas. But yes, there is work going on, things are happening, and as I say, when we get this additional and better equipment, we will hopefully be able to deliver more for our money. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Tony Baggott-Webb to second the amendment. Councillor Baggott-Webb.
Thank you, Chair. Well, first of all, I'm pleased to be able to second this amendment, but I'd also like to just comment that yesterday the Oversight Committee looking at the contract did visit Brixworth and met with the Highways Management and also the Kia management team. And it was a very, very refreshing meeting. We discussed efficiency, and in the efficiency we saw quite large benefits from the purchase of the Pothole Pro and the thermal machine. And finally, I can also confirm that the Place Highways Contract Oversight Committee are keeping a close watch over the KPIs as the data starts to populate the monitoring system. So I'm pleased to second the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. We're notified of 5 members that wish to speak. Councillors Meredith, Beardsworth, Harris, Roberts and Smith. Councillor Dennis Meredith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Listening to Councillor Larratt, he didn't actually say in any of his statements how bad the roads are in Northamptonshire. But I'm going to say how bad they are. Our roads in Northamptonshire are absolutely disgrace. Wherever you go, there's potholes and the surface of the road is deteriorating. The pavements are awful. They've not been maintained in the way that they should. I agree what Councillor Larratt said. It's the 2 administrations that have not maintained the roads to a proper way that they should have done. I recently drove quite a distance to Cumbria, had a week's holiday in Cumbria, and once you get out of Northampton, you see how good the roads are. But as soon as you get back into Northampton, the roads are absolutely awful. Now, I'm not really concerned about where the finances come in. I think the administration has got to get in touch with the government and also to tell how bad our roads are. You've only got to drive on our roads to see how bad they are. When you're driving, you have to swerve this way, you have to swerve that way. Now, this has been going on for years. Cuts in finance of some of the lorries which are using our roads cause some of the surfaces to break up. It's a pity they don't have the same situation in France, in this country, where lorries who are not delivering food are banned for driving on our roads at weekends. I think that would help to maintain the roads. It's a pity, Councillor Larratt, that you have actually made excuses and telling us what is happening and what is not happening. As far as I'm concerned, I say to people, when their cars get damaged or people get injured through cyclists going down potholes, put in claims to the council, because it's the council's fault that our roads are in such a bad way. And it is absolutely, the roads, when you look at them, are absolutely disgrace. No doubt about that. People have said to me, wherever I meet them, what is happening with our roads in Northamptonshire? And I have to tell them it is through the council not maintaining it properly, not putting enough funding into our roads, not lobbying governments to come up with more money. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Beardsworth.
Thank you, Chair. I was on the visit yesterday to Kia to listen to how things were going with the the 30 million contract that they have. And I was really surprised to hear that they have enough money to repave 3 pavements a year. The pavements in my ward are absolutely disgusting. And when you think of trips and falls with elderly people, how much is it costing the National Health Service when somebody falls over on a pavement and then goes into hospital, let alone the people that suffer isolation because they are frightened to go out and walk on the pavements in the first place? How many years will these people have to wait to get their pavements sorted out? At the moment, they're spending £5 million a year. To stay still, it's 8 million. To improve is 12 million. We are not even standing still at the moment. We are going backwards. Now, I know the new equipment's coming in, and it sounds promising. But the problem I've got is how long have our people got to wait to put right the years of neglect from the years that we were cut 30 to 40% of our budget by the government. This is totally wrong that people are having to suffer. They're suffering now in different ways, but I just don't know where this is all going to go. And I'm really disappointed that when I went there yesterday, they only said it was £5 million a year out of a £30 million contract that they were actually spending on repairing roads. And pavements, you know, are such an essential thing. Children go to school on them. Old people need to walk on them. You know, we have these scooters now that go everywhere. How many accidents are we actually paying out for? What is the insurance cost to this? I'd just like to know, and I will be looking into that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Jonathan Harris.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to offer a little bit of balance, if I might. Personally, I have seen some improvements in response times to street doctor postings, so you know, fair credit where it's due. Some issues, particularly though, a couple of issues I'd like to raise, if I may. I'd like us to see if we can integrate our services with the National Fix My Street app. The National Fix My Street app works extremely well, and for those people, I know everybody doesn't use a smartphone, but if you've got one, you can photograph it, post it, and set it in pretty much immediately, and it can also do the location for you straight away. Now, my understanding is that it does find its way through the system, and it eventually will get to West Northants Council or to Kia, but it doesn't actually generate a case reference, so you have nothing to anchor back to in terms of tracking and following through. So if I might make a plea there, I think we need to make it as easy as possible for people to report these issues as we can. The same question or same point really arises when looking at our website currently. Our website still isn't fully integrated. It's still quite clunky and difficult to find your way around. And it's not clear, for instance, if you're looking for street cleaning issues, it's not a Kia issue. So it's complicated and not easy for people to navigate. Second point, if I may, white lining is quite often a major issue, particularly in rural areas where junctions erode really rapidly and quite quickly through detritus and poor weather. It's my understanding that we contract out white lining, and we don't have the in-house capacity to produce our own white lining. That seems a rather strange thing in the current context. And I'm told quite frequently that we sort of bottle things up, wait for the right number of white lines needing doing, before we then go out and get somebody to do it. That to me seems something that we could improve fairly rapidly. Clearly that will require investment, but hopefully fairly minimal. And the final point on this plan, this communication, I'm really pleased to see this item on the agenda, and I'm pleased to see that the administration is engaged with it and added, in my view, to it. But please can we make sure that we communicate this plan widely once we have it, and make sure that parish councils get it perhaps through the monthly bulletin or some other means, because I think they also need to know that there's activity taking place. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Emma Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I would also like to say I've seen an improvement in response time, certainly from the highways teams, but not an improvement in the work or the outcomes that have been achieved. So people are getting back to me sooner. But for example, I've been waiting over a year for street signs to be cleaned, agreed as part of a school street improvement plan. And the signs haven't been cleaned, the signs we agreed to be put up haven't been done, and all I keep getting is, we're chasing Kia. That's all I keep getting, so I thought I'd raise that. I'd also like to point out, and I'm a little bit concerned that Councillor Larratt thinks we don't have a duty to repair and maintain the pathways. Section 41 of the Highways Act 1980 places a statutory duty on this council as the highway authority to repair and maintain the pathways and the roads. Section 58 of that Act also provides us a defence to claims if we have done so. So I think our lawyers might be a little bit concerned if we don't think we have a statutory duty to follow.
Thank you. Councillor Zoe Smith.
Thank you, Chair. One thing that I wanted to point out is that there tends to be, with highways, a real focus on cars. And that's a bit of a concern to me, because the real issue at the moment is the active travel situation. And in a case where we have a really poor active travel infrastructure and no plans to really properly address how we're going to meaningfully improve active travel in Northampton particularly, and in the wider area, then potholes are a real issue, because potholes will damage a car but they'll kill a cyclist. And I think that's something we really need to be thinking about when we see it as a secondary issue. There are real serious consequences to that. I'd also like to ensure that we have got our eye on using our powers to end our contracts early if it's found that organisations are failing. Historically, the Borough Council kept relationships and contracts with companies that they were using whilst they could have broken free because the contract had been breached, and they left people with poor conditions and poor service for a long time as a result of that, because it was saving the council money. And I think we can't put that over the safety of people. So when it comes to this contract, I think we need to ensure that if our KPIs show that the service is failing and we've got to get out, we should consider using it. So I think that's really important. Finally, a little plea for common sense. When councillors email to say that massive sinkholes have opened up in the car parks of private property, and the council says, but that's private property, just recognise that the evidence of that subsidence is really clear, and that if sinkholes open up in private property, they're likely to be underlying issues in the general area, which will come onto the roads shortly. So there needs to be a little bit of common sense in coming out and looking at surrounding roads and looking at underlying problems, and not just dismissing private property as if it's going to stay in that area. Those are the points I'd like to make on this.
Thank you. Councillor Sam Rumans.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm really pleased that this motion was brought forward, because I think this is a matter that, though there's lots happening in the background, I think we need to raise it up the public agenda from a perception point of view as a council, because I think we're very much seen as not doing enough on this. And I actually think in the bounds of the resources that we've got available, I think we're doing probably just about as much as we can. The key bit that I'm interested in how it goes is with the new contract manager that we've had come in the last few months, how much of an improvement we start to get. So we see if there was genuinely a big gap between what Kier should have been delivering, or previously Kier WSP should have been delivering, and what then we're actually getting. And I do imagine there probably is quite a gap there that we can plug. However, that doesn't detract from the fact that there is a much wider issue about infrastructure funding. I think, again, I've mentioned this at previous meetings, but we do have an issue in local government with how funding formulas work, not only for Northamptonshire, because I think we are still down the chain, and I think we probably don't get enough of a percentage of overall funding, which is an argument that's been made for years. But also, I do still think there is a significant issue with having demand-led services such as adult social care and children's services mixed in the same budgets as infrastructure of highways and parks and refuse and everything else, and having one thing affecting the other, where I just don't think that they should be matched up like that. So that's a much wider debate probably that we need to have nationally, but I do think on a local level we're doing what we can. Nonetheless, another issue, of course, is that the current aim of the highways is to work towards safety as opposed to safety and aesthetics. Because the big thing for me that I look when I'm walking, running, cycling, driving, is I'm probably more thinking about the aesthetics. And I think that's probably the same for most of the public. But that actually, even if we get to a decent standard, that aesthetic probably isn't going to look much better. We're quite a way further away from that. So that's another thing that I think we need to consider and look at and scrutinise.
Thank you. Councillor Andrew Grant.
Thank you, Chairman. I too had the pleasure of going to Brixworth yesterday, and I think just to relate to the fact that when we're in rural communities, we all know that there are a number of roads that can sometimes not necessarily be up to the standard we'd expect. So yesterday I decided I'd have the pleasurable route of going to Brixworth, and that meant going up to Weedon, across through Flore, Little Brinkton, Great Brinkton, East Haddon, sort of around there, Holdenby, Stratton and into Brixworth. It's a lovely route to go, missing all the traffic problems of the A43. And what surprised me and pleased me was how good the roads were. In fact, they were a pleasure to drive on. So this is good because it just shows that not everything is doom and gloom. And in fact, what was also encouraging, as Jonathan Harris has just said, was white lining. It is actually quite a bugbear. There are many junctions where sometimes people believe lines don't even exist, and we all know that there are accidents going to happen. And Councillor Larratt was really yesterday was very good, because the discussion came along that the North are actually in the process of acquiring a white lining machine, and it's going to be interesting to see how that works, because if it works well, then one would hope that West Northants would actually also join that team as well. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how it works, so that we do see if there's any benefit. White lining is something that we really do need to put money into, but there are money that needs to be going into many areas. And when a road is done, it looks fantastic. What we want is quality, so that the actual paint stays down and stays down there longer. So it was a good day. It was an opportunity to see Kier. I think it was worthwhile, and I think with the new equipment, and when that is all on tap, we're going to start to see some really good repairs. And I'm really encouraged at the moment that we're starting to see the square fixings done, so we know that's sealing it. When you just put some tarmac or bitumen into a round hole, that just breaks up, but the square ones really do last. So there's some hope. Let's hope that everything goes well and the equipment arrives, does to do the job, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. No other members having indicated to speak. Councillor Wendy Randall.
Thank you. The reason that we wanted to bring that motion is because our roads are absolutely shocking, and I think nearly every week I hear about somebody who has had damage done to their car, and some people put in a claim and some people just have to foot the bill because it's not been reported. Going back to the Cabinet on the May 22 was a procurement update, and Councillor Larratt told us then that the new contract will have greater emphasis on clear and timely communication with members and residents. It will enable innovation, improvement and social value over the life of the contract, and secure environmental commitments from the contractors that align with our 2030 ambitions. Also, that there were various sanctions within the contract to ensure that the contractor delivers these commitments. And in addition to that, there is an incentive for the contractor to perform well, and if they perform above target, they may be awarded an extension beyond their 7-year contract. What I don't understand in all of that is we went out to procurement with them knowing what we wanted. At no time ever were my group made aware that the amount that the contract was going to be awarded for wouldn't even keep our roads in the current state that they're in. So who is not being very truthful here? Is it that, in all innocence, Councillor Larratt, you thought that that contract was actually going to improve our roads? And why does a company accept a contract knowing that they're not going to be able to improve our roads? I really don't understand it. Week after week, our roads are worsening, and we haven't even hit the winter yet. You say that it's not a statutory requirement, and yet election literature in my area always covers road improvement, making promises that, vote for us and we will improve your roads and we will repair your potholes. Well, our potholes are just getting a whole lot worse. Residents are getting their cars damaged. If they have a tyre blowout that's going to cost them £100, what do? Lose a day's wages, and they haven't even got enough money for a tyre. So, you know, if we don't see improvement, I said right at the very beginning of this council that cabinet members are awarded, you know, a healthy sum of money. And I was told that's because it's a very responsible position. And what I'm saying to you, all you cabinet members, if you don't match up to what we expect you to do, then heads need to roll and you need to go. Thank you.
Thank you. The proposer, Councillor Bob Purser, to respond and wind up.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just respond briefly. Many of the comments really helpful, and I think they need to be taken on board. I didn't really hear from Councillor Larratt how he's going to stop the deterioration. Concerned that the plan for this year's spending should have been available to us on the 1st of April, and we're now in June. So we should have that in days, not weeks. I'm concerned that it's still, the message hasn't got down to staff at Brixworth. That's really worrying, because it was a new contract and it should be delivering, and it's a responsibility to make sure that the trying, very trying. I think we need to take very seriously Councillor Smith's comments about developing active travel strategies. I recently visited Leicester. We're a long way behind what they've been doing there, and I think we've got lots of lessons to learn about active travel, clean air, and our overall transport strategy for this district. So thank you, Chair, for giving the time for this debate, and I hope, I very much hope that we, as the opposition, will soon be in a position where we can actually show how you should implement a transport strategy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We move to the vote. One vote for the composite 3 motions on the amended order paper on the desks. Can we now please vote in favour, against or abstain?
I've got a number of councillors who are pressing their microphone button instead of the vote button, so I've got a lot of requests to speak here. Please do remember to press the touch screen on your unit. Thank you.
We done? Done? Yeah. Thank you. The motion is clearly carried. Total vote 74. Those in favour 69, against 2, with 3 abstentions. Item 7, Cabinet Reports. 2 comments to start with, please. First of all, I would encourage brevity at all stages. We have a total of... What? Do we have a point of order?
It's not a point of order, Chair. It's just a request. It's incredibly hot in here, or I think it is. I just wondered if we could open the back door, the side door. The door.
I suspect all doors are open, but we'll certainly see if any more can be open. It's you're lucky to be wearing a silk dress, madam. those of us with jackets aren't so fortunate. Right, by way of introduction to but I can't. By way of Madam, please. Thank you, Madam. Madam, I can't. I literally cannot hear what you're saying, Madam. Well, thank you. Thank you. Please register to speak at the next meeting if you wish to. Thank you. Roger, please. Thank you. Item 7, ladies and gentlemen, members. Cabinet reports and records of decision taken by the Cabinet. As I mentioned before, brevity please from all participants. We have a total of 22 questions that members are wishing to put. We start by taking presentations from the Cabinet members in the order on which they are printed on the order paper. Councillor Nunn.
Thank you, Chairman. I continue to work with all Cabinet members across every area of the Council. Some of my specific things I've highlighted in the report. Lots going on sustainability, going out and doing events in schools and so on, and the No Mow May campaign, which is a bit of a culture shock for many of us who are used to well-mown lawns. Actually, that really took off well and was grasped by many parish councils as well. Quite a lot going on in communications, and members might remember a cross-party group that looked at resident comms a while ago and recommended that there should be a form of paper magazine following those that were in the legacy councils. That's under production now, and the first edition will go out over the course of the next few weeks to try and keep people informed. You'll note that I mentioned Local Government Chronicle Awards. Delighted that we were nominated for a number of awards, both the Local Government Chronicle and the Municipal Journal, the MJ. We got shortlisted for 6. We got highly commended awards for a council that's 2 years old. Far better average nominations than just about any council in the country. So we're really proud of that, and the way that reflects on our teams. The report talks about other different areas. Under corporate, we mentioned the Abbey Centre. Members may be keen to know that the flood that took place was a tank that was not part of the refurbishment. So it's unconnected, sadly, with the refurbishment, that we were just making progress and the tank burst, damage to the library. We think we're open for customer services probably from Monday, but there'll be comms coming out to say a little more. Another thing finally under corporate is the pay and grading process. I know it seems to many of us this is taking a long time. We are getting this done quicker than most unitary councils seem to. Some of them who were unitary before us are still no further forward on this, and I think this is extremely important to give the certainty to our members of staff. I'll stop there. Happy to take questions in due course, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll just expand on a couple of the items listed in my report. So firstly, the Housing Partnership Board is a key part of the way in which we'll implement the new housing strategy. In addition to the partners listed in the report, we're also working with Hope Centre to get their input into how our housing strategy is implemented. Several subgroups will be in operation based around the different principles of the housing strategy, and we look forward to those coming to fruition in terms of their work in the very near future. Just to point out that, again, we've been successful in finding several illegal HMO landlords. The private sector housing enforcement team do an awful lot of work in this area. They investigate literally hundreds of suspected HMOs every single year, a majority of which, it should be pointed out, do turn out to be large family dwellings or owner-occupied rather than verified HMOs. But nevertheless, it's important that we continue to do that work and take legal action wherever is appropriate. In addition to the comments on the library service, I'd just like to point out that we are just about to conclude a consultation exercise involving the community-managed libraries who are having input into the proposed disaggregation of the library service with North Northamptonshire Council. We feel that community input into those proposals is absolutely vital in order that we can gauge the feeling of the community before taking any final decisions. And happy to take questions, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Breeze is not here. Is there a Cabinet member wishing to speak on her behalf? No. Thank you. In that case, the next speaker is Councillor Larratt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of points. The North West Relief Road, I did pay a visit with officers yesterday to the site. Work is progressing really well. It's a massive excavation works and building works going on of raising the ground for the highway, and massive culverts that have had to be provided. And work is continuing very well with the bridge over the railway line and the bridge over the Brampton arm of the River Nen. So work is progressing really well. Massive job, and it was very interesting to see just how well it is progressing. The traffic enforcement, I'm very pleased to say that we received a letter dated the 26th of June from the Minister for Roads and Local Transport, informing us that the order for us to be able to take on parking power, moving traffic offence powers, was laid before Parliament on the 27th of June and will come into force on the 22nd of July, when we can actually start enforcing on moving traffic offences. We've several, as the report says, we've several campaigns going on with regard to waste, and we are promoting those by placing a sticker on everybody's black bin or residual waste bin, and those have started going out this week. And the last point I wish to make, Mr. Chairman, is we're still awaiting Openreach, who are very late in and taking considerable time to install the appropriate IT connections to Daventry and Brixworth Country Park, so we can move forward to the ANPR system. But as soon as Openreach have done the job, we will be in there, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor David Smith.
Thanks. Just changed my glasses. I've got to that time in life where I need different glasses to read. So thank you, Chair. I shall be relatively brief. We've got ASB, or Antisocial Behaviour Week, coming up. I really want to raise that to all councillors to encourage their communities to really report anything they see. Only 50% of victims and witnesses report, so that's a big chasm that we should really try and encourage residents. I'm sure on occasion they're concerned, but if we could encourage them. And also, often thought that it's the youth, but it's actually the main perpetrators of ASB are adults, not children. So something to bear in mind. Moving on to knife crime, and particularly the Community Safety Partnership. In light of various representations to myself, I felt it sensible for us to actually have a CSP workshop. So in September of this year, we shall have all the partners coming along, face-to-face meeting, and you can then see the work they're doing and ask them questions and things. Also within that, we've got the serious violence strategy, which is forming, and we will use that time also to gather thoughts and feelings from elected members to go into that strategy. Moving on, be pleased to know that in Bellinge and Blackthorn, we were waiting to get installation of CCTV and things. There was a problem with BT. It may well be the same problem Councillor Larratt was referring to with the BT embargo, but that is now gone, so we can actually crack on and get the CCTV in over in Bellinge and Blackthorn. So I think that's really good news. Just a few other bits. We've got Pride coming up in just over a week's time. International Women's Day, it was our biggest event ever, so I think congratulations to everybody on that one. Community funding grants, first round has closed, and the panel sits on the 8th of August, and you'll see in the notes there, round 2 ends 23rd of August and round 3, 8th of November. So I'd encourage you to bring any sort of applications forward there. And just on regulatory services, there is a consultation on street trading policy, and that consultation goes live next week. So I encourage you to take a look at that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Dan Lister.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just pick out the highlights from the report as well. So that we've had the Spon Arcade car park that's open. That was in Toaster. 78 Derngate is finished now, which is a milestone because it's the first one that we completed through the Towns Fund with Northampton Forward. The Vulcan Works officially opened in April. The work has started on the Old Black Lion as well, which will see the Churches Conservation Trust relocate from London. Work on the Market Square is continuing. For Waterside, we're at final stage of a procurement partner being appointed, which is really positive. The Adult Learning Service had a new curriculum manager appointed, so we're really going to be focusing on our adult learning and how we utilise that for our economic opportunities within the area. Q1, we've been delivering Multiply funding, Multiply courses, so those are all aged 19 and over without a GCSE grade C or equivalent, can apply and we can support people with that. Our Royal England Prosperity Fund addendum has been approved by DEFRA. We're also sponsoring 2 awards for the Northamptonshire Chamber Business Awards. So one's the West Northamptonshire Business of the Year, but we're also sponsoring the West Northampton Sustainable Business Award of the Year. I see that quite important. As a council, we've signed up to strong sustainability goals and recognising businesses that are helping us. The area with our sustainability is very important. Our West Northampton Employment Service teams, free to all residents as well. Feel free, there's lots of information there if you're speaking to residents who need employment support. Feel free to get in contact with the economy team. And the visitor economy strategy is also continuing at pace, and we hope that will be adopted in September. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor McDolby.
Thank you, Chairman. It's Golby, just for reference.
I wondered whether you'd spot that.
I do listen. Okay, so I just want to say I'm very proud of some of the excellent work that's happening within my portfolio, particularly around things like the anti-poverty strategy. And we've got an update that's coming to Cabinet in July, which highlights where we are, you know, what we've achieved over the last 12 months. And as a partnership and a group of organisations working together, we can be very proud, I think, of the work that's happened around that. I'll just highlight the work around the preparation for CQC inspection, which is a new framework that adult social care and local authorities will be subject to inspection. And on Tuesday evening, Adult Scrutiny had a presentation about our preparedness and where we are with our self-assessment, which is a very good piece of work. But notwithstanding that, we need to be obviously able to demonstrate how well we are listening and looking after our residents. Off the back of the leaders' comments around award nominations, I'll just mention that the assistive technology team won an award at the HSJ Awards for the remote monitoring service they provide in partnership with NHFT and North Northampton Council. The award was for improving out-of-hospital care through digital, so many congratulations to them. And finally, I'll just mention there was a ministerial visit last Friday that I attended. There was a meeting with one of the health ministers up at KGH, and it was the whole sort of, the ICB were there, the acute hospitals were represented, West and North Northampton Council were there, and it was how we were talking about the challenges we're facing, the challenges the hospitals are facing, but also the great work that's going on. So I took the opportunity to highlight a couple of things. On the way to the meeting, I mentioned to my mum, I'm going to be speaking to a minister, health minister, in a minute. If it was you, what would you say to him? And she said, sort the junior doctors out, because that's caused an awful lot of disruption. Mrs. Lineker mentioned it earlier, and the knock-on effect of people's, people in the community not being able to make appointments, etc. And that was actually on the agenda, and that was heard. I also mentioned NHS dental provision as well, because that's an issue in my patch. The availability of NHS dental provision is becoming more scarce and scarcer. And finally, while I was on my little soapbox, talking about the consideration around health when we're developing new communities. The development all round my patch, and we've got to be thinking more cleverly about how we incorporate health and, talk about people's health outcomes when we're building new houses. But happy to take questions on my report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Longley.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. If you've read my report, you'll see that I've kept it quite brief because it's pretty clear-cut.
I'd like to think. The highlight number there is, of course, is the conclusion of last financial year, where we're declaring a £302,000 overspend. But if you actually take into account the carry forward, just under £250,000, then it's about £60,000-70,000, which is as close as you're going to get. It's almost a rounding error. But what it does do, it signals that not to be complacent here, because it was a tricky year. And we found out about this time last year that we were in potential difficulties, and so we put the action plans in, and I'm pleased to say worked, and that's the result. Now, moving on, I'm bound to say that we put a lot of money in this year's budget, and we're now at that same point in time, and there is a danger that we might have a rerun of last year. So we've not got to be complacent, get our plans in, and make sure we hit this year as well. Finally, just like to say that the statement of accounts, the borough has now been finally signed off, and that's 9 out of 10, one more to go, which we're pretty close to, I'd like to think. That's about the size of it, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mike Hallam.
Thank you, Chair. Just one point to raise, really, from my report to go into a bit more detail on, which is the 23-24 Staff Pay Award. I really want to take this opportunity to give credit to one of our HR team, John Desborough, and all who worked with him on this now that the award has been agreed. See, it was John's idea to be a bit more creative than we usually are. So rather than having a one-off figure, as we did last year, or a one-off percentage, as is typical, it was John's idea to structure it instead around the pot that was available and to do that at different points to make the pot go as far as it can. So that meant we have 8% for the lowest paid in the authority, 5% for those in the middle, and 3.5% for the highest. It means that the lowest paid staff in this authority will now receive £11.60 an hour, which represents over a whopping 30% pay rise since vesting day, so in just a couple of years. Union membership voted for this deal at the first attempt, which really, I think, reflects positively on the relationship between the council, the unions and our staff. Councillors will remember I set the HR team 2 objectives in terms of this year's pay award. The first was to get at least to £11 an hour for our lowest members of staff. Well, thanks to John's approach, we've gone way beyond that, managing to hit £11.60. The second was the timing of the pay award itself, because it never seemed to make any sense to me to pay a pay rise in November or December when the financial year starts in April. Surely people could do with the money pretty much straight away. So I tasked the team to do it in April. Now, with various discussions, it did take a little bit longer than I set the team their objective, but it still means that that latest pay award will be paid to staff in the July payroll, which is obviously our next payday, and is still 6 months earlier than we normally do. So a great idea to John, and all credit to him for coming up with it and delivering on it.
Thank you. Councillor Fiona Baker.
Thank you. I'll go for brevity because I'm sure I will have many questions. Starting off with the Children's Trust, I'm sure you've read the paper anyway, but the Children's Trust, as we'll all be aware, had a fostering inspection that was declared inadequate, which was rather surprising to all of us. They have now had another monitoring visit where they can see that there are improvements, but we do know, and I fully recognise there's quite a long way to go on that yet, support for foster carers, etc., etc. So that is an ongoing plan that we're still working on. The demand for children coming into care is still high, but this is shown out in national challenges, working for the same NCT and very similar to other areas of the same type as ourselves. But it is something we need to be really careful and aware of, because there are an awful lot of referrals going into the MASH, and a very few number of those referrals turn out to be needing our work assistance. So we need to work with our schools, police, etc., to understand how that system can work better. Just as far as the trust is concerned, I wanted to leave with a good note on them, that I went to a celebration event which was held in a venue in the north this time. It was the west last year, where I handed out, along with Colin Foster, 160 certificates to children who have been nominated by foster carers, and schools for achievements. That can be any sort of achievement that's relative to that child. It was a brilliant day, and it gave a great opportunity to actually mingle for the day and actually talk to these children and hear their stories, which is much more valuable than reading a piece of paper, as I'm sure you're all aware. Education. I've visited many, many schools over the last few months and been really impressed by the professionalism of the schools that we have in our district. Their dedication to children is shown throughout these visits, and I can see firsthand the challenges faced by schools in areas where numbers of children particularly are declining. Some of our more rural areas have got a decline in the number of children coming forward, and this will obviously affect their funding. So we are looking at a plan now in order to be able to help those schools. I've highlighted the challenge that face schools, but we actually have a challenge to face our children with special educational needs and disabilities. And we have just completed a co-production event with over 800 people taking part on our SEND strategy, which will be coming launched Cabinet at the next meeting. The papers will come forward then. It has been produced with a great deal of input from other people, and the most exciting 2 meetings that I went to were the ones where we had young people, children and young people taking part, because they are not backward in coming forward and telling you their stories. A good thing to point out on the back here is only at the very start of life, but it's the best start of life, which is the programme that we put together. It's had 1 meeting, so it's early days for that yet, but I'm hoping that will go on to be exactly what it says, the best start for life. And some good news that I heard today, which isn't in these papers, but will come to us in the future, was we are shortlisted for some funding, government funding for youth work. So that will be really exciting if we manage to get that one over the line. And at our SEND improvement meeting this morning, which is all partners across all areas, schools, health, all areas, we had 2 Department of Education people come down to monitor. So we will be looking forward to their views on how that went. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you. On the matter of questions, as I said earlier, I've been notified of 22 questions that members want to ask. Of course, unless a miracle happens, that will mean that there will be no scope for other questions other than those of which I've been notified. We'll be dealing with them in the order after the leader. We'll be dealing with them in the order of popularity of recipients of questions. That means after Councillor Nunn, we'll be taking the questions to the Cabinet members in this order: Councillors Baker, Larratt, Golby, Brown, Smith, Longley, Lister and Hallam, in that order. So Councillor Nunn, you have questions from Councillors Randall and Beardsworth. Councillor Wendy Randall.
Right, thank you. I'll make it really quick. Sustainability, I'm on the working group with you, but I'm just wondering if we could achieve more with, we've got a mass of warehouses everywhere and there's no solar panels. And I wondered if there's something that we could do to really encourage them and then maybe use that as joining up on the grid to produce some electricity, make it cheaper for residents. So I wondered if that's something that could be looked at. And the other thing is, on the civic working group, I did ask if I could have a seat on there, and I wondered if you could confirm if that is still the case, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nunn.
Yeah, thank you. I think we've discussed this a little bit on the group before you joined recently. And I think also planning policy, now that it's the time of the, creating the local plan, in those workshops, I think those of us who are really interested in this have pushed that hard. The argument before on warehouses has been that the weight requires pillars within the warehouses. That argument's gone because solar panels are so much lighter now, as is shown by the Saints who have put them, I think, on their stadium without having to reinforce the strength. So I think it's a great idea. We're pushing for it, and I think we've input into the local plan that should be something that's done. There are connection problems, so some people are experiencing, if they want to connect back into the grid, they're being quoted waiting times of 12 years. Which is quite ridiculous, isn't it? We have a number of, as you might know, the council is reviewing a couple of schemes that we ourselves might implement. Unfortunately, we've been quoted much shorter connection times, but more details to come forward. Civic, no problem really. All we did when we first started West Northants, we realised that our local traditions perhaps not just the county, but particularly here at the borough and within the districts, were really important. So we tried to get a couple of reps from each, just to sort of write the book on the first year's civic, so that we didn't lose those traditions. I think possibly it'll go on. It might be more down to the chairman and others as to who is on it, but its aim is just to keep the traditions going. I'll come back to you on that in short, Wendy, if I may. Sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Beardsworth.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the annual report we received tonight. And I was reading at the back here, you said challenges, and there's just two that you've listed, which is data and capacity. I think we have a few more challenges than that. And I think what I would like to see in the report is not always the good news stories, which are great to put out there, but we ought to let the people know how we're struggling, because they expect services from us. And I think the important thing is that we actually demonstrate to them that we are trying, but we can't meet everything. And I think sometimes when we put these out, it's all hunky-dory, and people think, well, why aren't I getting this and why aren't I getting that? The other thing I wanted to mention was apprenticeships. We went to Kia yesterday, and they've got an apprenticeship scheme there that is training people up to take the jobs of the future. Are we pushing that as hard as we can with every department on the council? And also, how are the vacancy situations at the moment, please?
Annual report, I'll pick that up under item 8, Mr. Chairman, I think. Apprenticeships, I think, I mean, this information is reported at Cabinet through the quarterly reports. I'm trying to remember, wasn't it 120 or 100? Councillor Hallam might be the one who also would be able to tell us more about vacancies. I don't know if you want to go to Councillor Hallam or whether there's questions on the list for Councillor Hallam later, Chairman.
Thank you. Questions to Councillor Baker from Councillors Roberts, Smith, Calley and Beardsworth. Councillor Emma Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. In the last 2 weeks, I've been contacted by a number of families impacted by the council's failure to deliver the allocated SEND places at Hunsbury Park. It wasn't until I queried plans on this that families were told it wasn't happening. In fact, the day after I made the inquiry, they were told it wasn't happening. Councillors have been contacted by some of these families, including the Cabinet member, and those families are telling me they've received no response. The decision, whilst potentially creating some more spaces, apparently sees the end to the new build at Hunsbury. Why is this build delayed? Who was project managing it? Where is the accountability? And where is the funds that were allocated to it in the first place? I've asked these questions formally in writing on 3 occasions and received no response, so I'm asking them again this evening. I've seen different answers from different Cabinet members and councillors on how long we've known about this. Some have said 2 weeks, some have said 2 months, some have said 3 months. It's been apparent to parents, though, who've been raising queries since February, asking for an update, that something was wrong. This council has done nothing to communicate with them. Why, when I've asked the questions in writing, am I being completely ignored? And the families still don't know if their children will have a place in October. I've seen queries answered saying yes, they'll go to Chiltern. Queries answered saying no, some of you will go to Chiltern and some of you will go to Hunsbury Park. I've seen queries answered saying that there will still be part of a bill, but that won't be ready for a 5-month period. Some have given notice to their nursery spaces, and now, because of such late notice, they've lost their child's place. They've got no education, but they've also got no childcare. I've seen some people who've been told that they should pick Hunsbury Park over another location, but they've now lost the space at the other location because they chose the all-singing and all-dancing solution that we sold as a sexy proposition earlier on in the year. Now, we say that this solution was better anyway, so that's all right. The information we put out, unfortunately, gives a blatant afterthought. It's a blatant afterthought process. It gives us a massive pat on the back for creating an extra 20 spaces. Because of the way this has been handled, parents can't be sure where their children will be in September. They're not clear if the building will happen at all. We need to accept that this has had an impact on our vulnerable children. They are at a disadvantage. I've seen responses saying no children will be disadvantaged, but actually it's commonly accepted that a change of setting, particularly in the key stage areas that we intend to move through, will have an impact even on a child without additional needs. Those children who are non-verbal need the same smell, the same feel, and the same environmental reactions to cope with the processes that they're dealing with. To quote a parent, where are the transition plans? There's no one reaching out to her. The local authority needs to show honesty and integrity. I have one final question, please, Chair. The consultation doesn't close until the 19th of July, and the consultation documents say that the report will need to go to Cabinet on the 19th of September. And that report approves the creation of this SEN unit. If that's not approved to the 19th of September, how on earth are we having the audacity of promising people that we can deliver on the 3rd of October? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Baker.
I think there's rather too many questions to be answered here this evening, but I just wanted to say that we have, obviously, when you speak to different people, it seems you get a different result. And I've heard that from many people. The result that the email that I sent to you, to Councillor Randall, which I believe she probably shared with you, or I shared with you later, was exactly what I thought the position was. That was what I have been told, and that's what I think the position is. I think that we found out very late in the day that Hunsbury Park was not going to be completed. And I will say now, contrary to the comments that I've seen on social media, my first question to my team was, what are we going to do about this? We need to find places for those children for school in September. I am not going to tell them that we haven't got places for them. And this is what the result of this is now. We looked around and found that at Chiltern there are empty classrooms. We're not building. What we're doing there is refurbishing. So there's painting, decorating, floor covering, and some different pieces that we will need for accommodating our SEN children with the kind of sensory rooms, etc., that they wish to have in their school units. We had 2 lots of school governors to have conversations with to get an agreement for this, because what we really wanted was it to be a part of Hunsbury Park. So it will be known as the Hunsbury Park unit at Chiltern, because it will have the same head teacher. It will have the teachers that were designated to be in that class in September, looking after those children. I do understand that later on, after a period of time, there will be a transition back to Hunsbury Park for older children, and this will be having to be managed exceedingly carefully. I am fully aware of these issues with SEN children. We have them in our family. I know exactly what these changes are for them and how traumatic they can be. We have the first thing that I asked to do, which is why the public information was delayed, was that our team contacted every single parent before they saw the news release come out. They have told me that they did that. I've actually questioned today, because I've heard what you're saying to me and others, that various different conversations about finance, etc., came through those conversations, even though they had a script which didn't say that at all, because it's nothing to do with finance in that way. So there have been some issues over that. So the next thing that happened was that the Northampton Parent Carer Forum asked us if we would have face-to-face meetings with invited parents who've got places, nominated places at the school, to come and talk to us at meetings face-to-face. These meetings have been arranged. People have already signed up for them. We have got one in the daytime, one in the evening, to accommodate for people who can't come in the day, who are working or got childcare issues, whatever. We have already had 19 parents sign up for that, and I believe the number going at the moment was 22, so we're just missing a few that haven't actually signed up for it. So I think that out of what could have been a disaster, we have got a positive result. We will have places for those children. We have legally got to have I've lost the word now, the survey to go out. We've got to have that. Yes, the consultation, sorry. We've got to have by law the consultation. We're doing that, but I have going to say now, I have every intention that that school will be open at the time that we say it will be open. The reason we're saying October is because it cannot be open until it's gone to Cabinet for approval. But I'm sure my colleagues in the Cabinet are standing by to approve the school. I'm not no, because that's not going to Cabinet until after the consultation closes. If everybody says they don't want to go to there, then it will be a different outcome. But I'm sure they won't when they've found out exactly what's happening there. So I think that's all I can answer at the moment. I'm sure others have got questions along the same lines.
Thank you. Councillor Zoe Smith.
Thank you, Chair. What I'd quite like reassurance on, looking at your report in regard to children coming into care and the budgetary issues with the Children's Trust, is that we will always find the right placement, the best, most appropriate, safest placement for a child to be in ahead of any budgetary concerns because of the essential nature of the work we're dealing with and the safety of those children. And I'd like to be really reassured in that. The same with a view to reducing the number of children coming into care. That is a very good aim in terms of the well-being of many children, but we also know it's an essential step for a lot of children in terms of their safety and well-being, and I would hope that it would always be the children's well-being is the aim of that, not a budgetary consideration. In terms of the budget, we know that there is an area with a vast budget. We know that it's concerning us, and I think the reason behind that is that we're trying to consistently to set a budget and say to the Children's Trust, stick to this, when actually that's not acknowledging the reality of this nature of work. What we need to do is go to the Children's Trust and ask them and work with them and other partners to find out how much is needed to ensure that we can provide the right, safe, appropriate placement for children and create that, and then work on a zero-based budgeting approach that fits in with the rest of our council and the work that we're doing. We can't ever leave children unsafe because of budgetary concerns. Just quickly, in terms of the youth work and the first steps, how are we going to make sure that that really targets the most vulnerable, alienated families who need it and doesn't just go for those who know where to look for that support, that we're actually reaching out to the most vulnerable families, particularly as that connects directly in with some of the stuff we're looking at later on tonight and that we've seen in terms of knife crime. We know it begins at home. We can't just hit first steps for families who may already be able to reach out for support. We need to know how we're going to reach the most vulnerable, most alienated people who may not feel like we offer them a service or support at the moment.
Councillor Baker.
Just to take the youth worker element, that full programme hasn't been put together yet because we haven't got all of the funding that we've applied for, which is in conjunction with one of our partners for youth work in the county. It had to be a joint submission to the government, so we will be working with them. But the plan that we always have is to actually reach those young people that currently don't go to any youth groups or anything of that sort, that don't join in with things, that are actually left alone to be targets for all the criminal gangs that we know that there are about. So we will have a full report on what that is going to be covering. Fingers crossed that we get the funding through. But just to talk about the children, and we are apparently spoken of as being risk averse in our county for the Children's Trust, which means that we tend to take more children into care than other councils do. I'm not sure about that really, but that's what other inspectors have told us. But what we need to do really is to ensure that these children can be looked after in our own area and not sent out of county because we haven't got provision for them here. So every time we see a children's home, there is a particular company that we work very closely with, Homes to Inspire, that will put forward children's homes that are doing that with our permission and on our behalf, to have children's home for 4 children in various parts of our district we need to support those because that will be a way of reducing the funding that we're currently spending out of county because we haven't got anything in county to give those children accommodation, which will be a happy home environment for them, which is really what we want to do. All children are better in a happy home environment. And they're all small units. We no longer expect children to live in, like Tracy Beaker, homes that have dozens of children in them. 4 is a family environment, and that's what we're aiming for. So we have got quite a few different planning applications coming forward for homes for children in our district. So if there was other questions, I can't remember what they were now, so I'm sorry. But I hope that's covered most of the things that you asked about.
Councillor Munich-Cully.
Thank you, Chair. This report refers to the work to improve the outcome of children with SEND and their families. What are we, as the West Northants Council, doing to ensure that the work meets the needs of all families, in particular with those with BAME backgrounds? As a parent with children of SEND myself, I can identify that many BAME families didn't feel that the current support was fully understood and met their needs. In particular, the needs I had the need to set up a special support group for BAME, in particular with Somali children that are supported, and family for the children and mothers, the parents that are supporting one another. Could you please tell me what we're going to be doing moving forward to make sure that everybody has a fair opportunity to access the support that they need? And lastly, are face-to-face meetings for families who are in Cheltenham or families are going to Huntsbury. The letter states that Cheltenham, but some have been told that they are going to be starting in Huntsbury. Are they invited?
Councillor Baker.
The conversation about some starting here is one that is new to me. So at the moment, I would say that's not happening, but obviously you've been told it is. So I need to go back and double check on that one because I haven't been told that information. My information is that those that were offered places at Huntsbury to start new in February will be going to the Huntsbury unit at Chiltern when it opens, when the consultation is finished. So I would have to double check what that situation is and come back to you. As far as different minorities, etc., are concerned, there's quite a lot of different groups that have said that they want more support than they've had in the past, and that is something that we will be working on. We have now got 2 new members of staff, you've probably met them already, that are now SEND officers. That's their whole job, looking after the SEND community. We have Olivia Bray, who's been here probably 8-10 weeks, and we have Rachel Alders, who is the SEND manager, who started about a month ago. Those 2 ladies, their whole job will be looking after our SEND community in various ways. So there will be lots of things coming out. And just to tell you that we are starting, a few things that we're starting. We're working very closely with our past chairman, Councillor Andre Gonzalez de Savage, with finding work experience days for our SEND children of the correct age. And we're going to start off with, I hate the word pilot, because that usually means you do it and then it never happens again. But it is a pilot for 12 young people. We're doing 12 young people's one-day work experience for them just to get a feel of it. We're then hoping that businesses will take on board the concept, and we've had a great deal of support from the businesses we've approached, and then we will be able to increase it. But we know that because these young people are special in the way that they transition to different things, we think a day with support is plenty for those that would like to do that, rather than say you've got to go there for a week to a place you don't know and don't know anybody. So we will be doing that carefully, but that is in place at the moment. We're also going to start some monthly coffee mornings for SEND young people to come in and visit our building. and we're doing tours of the building to show them what's here, just to give them, those that are of that age, integration into the world and the world of work eventually, that we hope a large number of them will be able to transition to as time goes by, but there will be a lot of support. So there's lots of things going to be happening if you look out in the future. There are a lot of things laid out in the SEND strategy, which will be coming out shortly, and I will bear in mind what you said and make sure that that's taken into account. Thank you.
Councillor Sally Beardsworth.
Thank you, Chair. I've covered a lot of the SEN questions. I think most of us have been contacted about SEN parents, so we've answered a lot of that. As regards, this morning I was listening onto the radio, and there's been quite a bit of work done on school buildings to see if they're fit for purpose. And I just wondered if you could find out whether all our schools are fit for purpose. You know, especially the primary schools have not gone into academies. So I think that's one question I'd like you to sort out if it's possible. At planning, we did have one of the homes come to us for 4 children in Northampton. There were a lot of concerns from people living round, so I think these homes need to be monitored carefully to make sure that they are run correctly and properly for children, and so that they don't impact on people around them, because I'm sure there won't be a problem, but people's perception is always different. Also, I've talked about it at times, prevention is the only way to stop children coming into care. We've got to get a team of people to work with families to support them, to make sure that they can keep their children longer rather than keep putting them into care, which costs us a lot of money, is disruptive for the children, and it can, you know, it's just not good for the child. So if we can actually, I've talked to the Children's Trust and said, and they say at the moment, because it's costing so much money to maintain the children that they've got, it's very difficult to put the money into prevention. So I think we need to sort of make sure that prevention is high on our list of things we want the Trust to do. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Baker.
Thank you. I've just come back on a point from Councillor Smith that I did remember that you talked about budgets. And I just wanted to assure you that at the start we have very involved conversations with the Children's Trust, with Councillor Longme, myself, Martin Henry, the Finance Director, Anna Earnshaw, our Chief Executive, to establish a budget that they put forward to us. We don't give them a budget and say that's it. They come to us with the budget that they think they need, and we have some discussions around that. Is that the case?
Correct.
Yeah. So I just wanted to assure you on that we don't just say, here you are. To go back to Councillor Beardsworth, I think that I can say that this particular company do exactly that. I have visited a number of the homes that they already have in the district. They have a number in the North Northants. They have a number already in West Northants. I think we have got to work in our role as corporate parents on residents. I understand none of us want disruption. I personally do not want the disruption of my neighbours' children on their trampoline at 6 o'clock every morning. But that is something that I have to put up with, and I know they'll grow out of it. But this is their children just the same, and they will make noise, they will shout, they'll rave, they'll cry, they'll do all those sorts of things. And that is something that normal children do. These homes have quite a good staff ratio, so I do think they're well supported. I personally wouldn't be recommending them if I hadn't looked at that and felt that they were well supported. And I have been to every single one of these homes that has been put up for planning application to make sure that they've got parking facilities for staff who are coming and going, that I have said, I did agree with some others that were stopped that were in terraced houses. I have said I'm not going to ever approve of a terraced house because any noise the children make affects neighbours both sides. They need to be detached with room and a garden. So we have done quite a bit of work on that, but that is the way forward for our children. that they're in our own area where they live and they know things and they recognise the town, etc., so that they can have a better life than being shipped off somewhere else.
Thank you. Questions now to Councillor Larratt from Councillors Roberts, Beardsworth and Humphreys. Councillor Emma Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Larratt, I just wonder if you can provide me with a response.
Councillor Sharp, I'm aware that you did put your hand up. I did say earlier that we're taking questions from members who have notified me. You're on the reserve list if we have time. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Councillor Larratt, I would just like a response to my request for the data on the VOI trials. I wrote to member inquiries, yourself and VOI in respect of the data. I have asked for it on a number of occasions, but I've specifically written recently. It's been acknowledged by everybody, but nobody's provided me with the data. And I'm now receiving significant numbers of complaints about illegal use of the scooters. You know, I've said before that I'm supportive of the VOI scooter concept, but I don't think we have the infrastructure to deal with it. A resident of mine has reported over 100 instances. Illegal activity, which have been reported to VOI, and in a number of instances, it's the same vehicle that's being used, and the same rider. So that means that VOI haven't acted upon the report, which they normally, we're told that if you report it, they will act on it and they will stop that rider from using the vehicle. And when I talk about illegal usage, we're talking about adults with 2 children on the vehicle, 3 adults on a vehicle, teenagers on a vehicle. This is on an incredibly busy road. One resident was nearly knocked off their feet by a number of them racing past in that way. I'm not trying to be all anti-VOI, complete. I just don't think we've got this right, and I'd like to see a proper report brought to this council showing the outcomes of the trial, the way in which VOI have dealt with the complaints, and how we intend to better use our infrastructures to support the interaction of the vehicles on our pavements and roads. Thank you.
Councillor Larratt.
I agree with Councillor Roberts. There are still far too many abuses of the system, particularly young people riding them, who are clearly not old enough to have a driving licence. Far too many people still riding on the footpath at inappropriate speeds. Far too many scooters just being abandoned and causing a hazard. People, multi-risers, as you say. I saw 3 adults on one only the other day going down Guildhall Road. It's not acceptable. There is a report due out fairly soon, and I think we're due for a quarterly meeting with VOI as well. So I'll make sure that's on the agenda and that we get a full and comprehensive report. But I do agree with what you're saying, and my post bag is containing similar things. But if you've one particular instance, then if you want to let me have the details, I'll certainly chase that particular instance for you.
Microphone. Thank you. We're done. Thank you. Councillor Sally Beardsworth.
Thank you, Chair. Just 2 questions. One about the scooters. I'm increasingly worried. I have talked about the police in my area, and they say that they can't chase them on scooters. They've got no facilities to chase them. So even when they do silly things, there's no way of them catching them or inflicting. And the other day, one swerved right in front of my car. It was only the fact that I did an emergency stop that I managed not to hit him. It's just getting silly how these people treat, and we don't know if they're on drugs or they're drinking. In a car, you can be tested, but on those you can't. I really have concerns, and so do the police. Also, the other question I was going to ask is, yesterday I heard that when we went to Keir that only 3 pavements are ever done a year. Is there any way that we can put some of that money from government into doing a few more pavements because of the trips and falls policy with people having falls? If it's possible, I would be grateful, and I'm sure a lot of the residents. After all, we have a pedestrian first policy, and they seem to be last in the queue to get anything done.
Can I just clarify one point with Councillor Beers? We're talking Voi scooters and not just non-Voi. Yeah, I mean, Voi scooters should all have a registration number, and I know it's hard to see them at times, but those registration numbers do enable the Voi to actually track back to who was using them at the particular time that you observe and see anything happening. So if you can get the registration number, Voi will certainly pick that up. You know, the government money, you know, we are writing to government all the time. I mean, particularly about the lack of funding that we're getting from DFT to repair the roads in the area of HS2, where roads are seriously degrading, getting damaged, roads that normally aren't used by HGVs. Yeah, there's enormous problems down in that area, and we're really pushing that with government to try and get some additional funding. They give us some, but it's not enough. Just like what you're saying, Sally. We don't get the money awarded to us to enable us to do everything. With regard to pavements, I think one of the key issues is we could do more for our money if we tarmac them, as was said yesterday. But unfortunately, the villagers of Kingsthorpe don't want their footpaths tarmacked. So, you know, I get what you're saying. Don't get me wrong. We'll do what we can. You know, I mean, footpaths are a problem. You know, I get it all the time, particularly in the area where I live, and Councillor Purser and I have observed various footpath problems in that area. But we'll do what we can. Can't promise anything, but we've got priorities and we will deliver against those priorities.
Phil, one more question, Phil. Is the land that was sold through the development of the new road, the bypass through Kingsthorpe, was it bought with compulsory purchase order?
Not as far as I'm aware, but that wasn't dealt with by me. I'd leave that to other portfolio holders to answer that question. I can't give you that answer, I'm afraid.
Thank you. Councillor Rosie Humphreys.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Councillor Larratt, thank you for your report. I've just got a couple of questions. Firstly, what happened, please, to the tree and policy strategy for West North Hants, which the Place Overview and Scrutiny Tree Policy Task and Finish Group recommended in its report brought to Cabinet in December, should be prepared no later than March of this year. That seems to be an important piece of work that's slipped. Also, which is done also, is the public consultation on the Daventry LC Whip, which in your report you say is planned for the autumn. Back in last November, full council, in your report you stated it was planned for early 2023. In the March full council meeting, your report said it was planned for the spring. Having made inquiries of officers in May as to the delay, I'm advised there's one single officer in the transport planning team. Are there still a large number of vacancies in this team? And if so, is the public consultation for the Daventry LC Whip actually going to be realistic for this autumn? Thank you.
The LC Whip, there has been some technical issues in aspects of the LC Whip that are having to be looked at and gone over again. I'm not denying the fact that we're not up to strength in the team. I think you were all made aware of that at the portfolio event I had. But yes, it has been delayed, but it is very much on the agenda and we want to get out to consultation. But we want to consult on something that's deliverable, and that's why we're trying to get the technical aspects sorted out. I think one of the key routes was from between Daventry and Long Buckby Station, and major issues there in getting through the transport corridors that cross that route, like the M1, the main line, the canal, etc., etc. So all that's being looked at before we go out to consultation. And sorry, what was the strategy again? Which strategy were we talking about?
For West North Hants, which came to, well, the task and finish recommendations came to Cabinet in December, and they recommend it was prepared no later than March.
My apologies, that's right, sorry. Yes, the tree policy unfortunately got delayed in the last financial year because of the financial situation we were in. It's something that was given up and didn't actually happen. But I'm very pleased to say that we have now engaged some consultants who are going to write that tree policy taking into account the work that was done by overview and scrutiny, and they will become, I'm not sure of the timetable, but I'll find out for you. But that report, that is currently being done, but it will go back to overview and scrutiny when it's completed.
Thank you. Questions to Councillor Matt Golby from Councillors Stone, Roberts and Harris. Councillor Danielle Stone.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your report, Matt. I've got a few questions for you. One is, you'll be aware of, with the discussions through the LAPS, that one of the things that we need to be looking at is structural changes that need to happen to support physical and mental health. I'm hearing all the time about ameliorations or help for people who are already actually ill, but there's an awful lot that we should be doing to prevent people getting ill. And I'm just wondering how you and your team are going to be taking that forward. So we've got toxicity of buildings, we've got really poor air quality, we've got all different kinds of things. Women afraid to use the parks for their mental and physical health because they don't feel safe. There's lots and lots of structural issues that are producing illness in our residents that we can easily be addressing. And I don't see any reference to any of that in your reports. I just want to take up a couple of other things with you. Have we ever had a report on the outcome of the work Newton Europe did? I'm really curious about that, and I would like to see a report that shows us the benefit of that and how much money we spent and how much money was saved. I've just been approached by the family of two elderly people who live together, who've been married for years and years and years, who are now separated because their care has been undertaken by two separate social work teams. So they had an anomaly when they were living in their own house, where one was being cared for and one was getting a reduced care package. So one was fed and one wasn't. And now they've been put in two separate establishments, which has put huge pressure on their families, but it's also given the married couple huge grief. So I just wondered if we had a policy which was about keeping households, and in particular married households, together.
Thank you. Councillor Golby.
Thank you. I was waiting for a couple more there. Thank you, Councillor Stone. Your first point, very interesting, structural changes. And there's been a number of workshops over the last few weeks on health impact assessments as a part of public health's input and involvement in the creation of our new local plan. And they've been sort of thematic. One of them this week was actually, I'll look it up because it was in my diary. Find it when I want to find it. Well, it was all about pollution and how we can deal with pollution and things like air quality. Going back a bit to my point I said when I talked to the Minister about how we adapt and change and develop better built environments, notwithstanding, I guess the point you're coming from is things like our already established town centres. So there is a lot of work going on about how we can try and structurally influence our places of work and the places of where we live and where we exercise, in the green spaces and things. So there is some work on that, and I would be happy when that's complete to try and get something together to send to you. The outcomes of Newton Europe work, that was raised by Councillor Roberts at scrutiny on Tuesday, and I think there was a question that's still outstanding on the scrutiny committee to come back to the committee with some more details on the finances. It's a very fair question. I don't think it all worked out as well as it was hoped, but there were some good outcomes for people, I understand. So let's see what scrutiny come back, and I'm sure that can be shared with you. And on your point around, do we have a policy around keeping married households together when they're moving into care? I'm not sure of that at the moment, but I will ask and come back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. We are very nearly at the time limit. Councillor Roberts, quickly, please.
Thank you, Chair. Based on what you've just said, Councillor Golby, you're correct, I did raise it as scrutiny, but I would absolutely now urge us to see that report openly at full council as quickly as possible. The question I had for you is, at scrutiny, we received a report that showed that we have 2 care homes in West Northants that are inadequate and 27 that require improvement. Can you bring a report to this council that shows exactly what action points were taken to make that better?
Councillor Golby.
Thank you, Chair. I'd be happy to follow that up. And obviously, we want the best care provision in our patch possible. And I do know that the teams work with these individual providers to help them improve the quality of their care. But let's take that away and see what we can come back with, and I'll be happy to share that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Golby, just one question from me. It's actually a positive comment, particularly in relationship to the rollout of the local area partnerships. So I would hope that you would pass on the thanks, because I think we're all experienced at herding cats. In particular, thanks, I think, should go to Julie Curtis, because I think she's done an amazing job at getting lots of different people together at different times, so I hope you will pass that on. I have one slight concern or worry that's a sort of a brewing worry in regard to the lapse. There's a risk, I think, that we end up a bit like a holding pattern at Heathrow before we actually get the wheels on the ground and start to formulate absolute tangible actions. I think that the more recent laps are still in that cycle of still trying to get to grips with what those might look like. But I would like to know what your expectation is in terms of when you would expect to see those action plans landed. And specifically, although we've been told there is no money, there is no budget, there clearly are likely to be issues that emerge from these lap discussions. And how is that likely to tie into the budget discussions that obviously will start sometime in the autumn?
Councillor Golby.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'll try and be very brief. Thank you to Councillor Harris for his positive comments. I think this is a fantastic piece of work. However, I think in numbers terms, I think we're at about level 2 and we need to try and get to level 10. So I know each lap's at a different place, but I recognise some of the comments you've made. Other colleagues make similar comments depending on where they are. The town centre lap and the other one towards Toaster Way with the pioneer sites, and I know there's some good work and plans moving on at a pace that will, have some real positive benefits. If there's money required, there's no specific budgets, but if there's money required, there are different pots that we can access, whether that's through the ICB and the way they commission and fund different services, and things like health inequalities money that we've managed to get levered into the first lap in Northampton based on evidence and demand. So I think there's a long way to go with it, but I think we've just got to stick with it. Some laps are going to develop quicker and we're going to get outcomes quicker than others, but I think overall it's a really good piece of work, and I hope in 3 or 4 years' time we can look back and say, we've got this going and it's really benefiting our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Golby. We are now at the time, in fact, we've exceeded considerably the 60 minutes required, and we would now move on to receive the reports formally. Before we do that, I'm conscious of the fact that most members here probably would wish to hear from Councillor Sue Sharps. I would not like to upset her by denying her the opportunity to ask a question. Although I would remind members that we do really require questions, notifications of questions to be before the meeting. Councillor Sharp, did you have a short question for Councillor Baker?
That's not working. Oh, yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask Councillor Baker how she plans to stop the situation with Hunsbury Park happening again, and also to thank the staff that worked so diligently on putting together the plan that is in place to move forward with the SEND situation as it is. That's the first question. I would also like to ask and understand, in the modern world and the problems we face every day, how exactly will we be helping youth groups through the money that you intend to get?
Point of order. You're absolutely right. At my discretion, I've allowed Councillor Sharps to have a quick question. Allow her to... Councillor Sharps, please.
That was it.
Have you made your question?
That was the end of the second question.
Thank you. Councillor Baker.
The funding that we've applied for is more for outreach work for youth, so not actually affecting established youth groups that are set up at the moment. So just to move on from that. How I'm going to ensure this isn't going to happen in the future? Well, it's like all of those kind of things, isn't it? Or, as you would appreciate, if you're lead member for Children's Services, you have an enormous department, which is you can't be responsible for what everybody does. I'm going to say that now, because I'm now going to move over to Stuart Timmis's department, which is where school building takes place. So I do know that in order to make sure that we're monitoring this exceedingly closely, our Chief Executive, Anna Earnshaw, has set up a weekly meeting now to study all school developments to ensure that they are all keeping to time and all going forward in the way that we wish. So I think at the moment we've done everything possible to ensure that this doesn't happen again.
Thank you. May I ask Council now to receive the reports of Cabinet members and the record of decisions from the Cabinet meetings held in November, December, January, February, March 2023. May I have the assent of the meeting to receive the reports and the record of decisions? Agreed? Thank you. It is customary at this time to take a short break. Is that the wish of the members, or do members prefer to carry on? That sounds rather like 50-50. A short break. Back, please, by 20 past. That is 7 minutes. Thank you. All right, members, we are running slightly behind, which is probably my fault through being generous on the timings. In the second half, if we could please apply the timings more accurately or more cautiously, and I will endeavour to do the same. Item 8, Annual Report and Summary of Performance. Councillor Nunn.
Thank you, Chairman. Absolutely delighted to present the annual report for 22-23. It does a number of things. It's a review of each directorate's work, so it's a reporting back, really, to members and to the public who may see it. It's also a summary of our performance against the corporate plan and other key strategies. It sets the direction of travel for the year ahead. In addition to which, it does show some of the achievements, but also challenges. And I'm going to come back to Councillor Beardsworth's point. I think she just jumped straight to the back of the report, because you'll notice that each directorate highlights its challenges. So where I think she was referring to page 73, challenges including data, capacity, and so on, those are actually specifically the corporate challenges. The challenges for finance are on page 63. And so it goes on. The challenges for communities and opportunities are on page 47. So each one has its own challenges in there. And if you look through, there is so much good stuff that has been achieved. I mean, credit goes, of course, to councillors' input and so on. But actually, my personal thanks go to the Chief Executive, the senior team, every single member of staff. I think this is a good document. I think we have an awful lot to be proud of throughout the whole thing. Absolutely delighted to present it, and I'm asking the Council to note it. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chairman. Very, very happy to second the report, and somewhat selfishly, I think I'll pick out a couple of the housing elements of it. I'll just draw members' attention to page 45 of the annual report, which is page 153 of their pack this evening. And on the right-hand side, the report identifies that approximately 444 successful outcomes have been delivered to prevent homelessness, and approximately 450 successful outcomes have been delivered to relieve homelessness. So through the intervention and the hard work of our officers, I would guesstimate that that's approximately 2,000 people who are not homeless because of the interventions of this council, and I'd like to applaud the hard work of those officers who do that very demanding job day in, day out. On page 49 of the annual report, it identifies one of the most keenly felt directorate challenges that I'm acutely aware of, which is the pressure on our social housing supply. We have constant meetings with MPH and with other partners to improve and accelerate the delivery of social housing. We're aware of the pressures on key projects, but we're in possibly a slightly improved position because of the incredible work of our registered providers, the housing associations, who've delivered a total of 518 new affordable homes over the past 12 months. And that is helping to relieve what would otherwise be an incredible pressure on social housing and on temporary accommodation. So I thank them for their hard work, and I commend the annual report to Council.
Thank you. 5 members have indicated they wish to speak. Councillors Roberts, Stone, Purser, Beardsworth and Harris. Councillor Emma Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. We said it last time, and I think the report's very detailed and very easy to read and very easy to understand the measures and see where performance is up and where performance is down. I've asked before, Councillor Brown, in the figures around homelessness, for us to look at the number of homelessness preventions we didn't succeed in. So I agree the number's good and it's the right trajectory, but it'd be good to compare that to the number we didn't succeed in, so we can then analyse whether or not we could succeed in more, or should indeed owe any more homelessness statutory duties. In the report, I'll stick with a similar theme to my comments on SEND this evening. In the report, it talks about there being at least 230 places at the Tiffield site. Now, the original Cabinet report said 250 places, and all of the reports have detailed that since, but it now says at least 230. I'm not sure why that is, and there may well be a rational answer, but given we've kind of patted ourselves on the back for creating an additional 25 at the Hunsbury Park Arena, if we're losing potentially 20 places at Tiffield now, then the numbers aren't accurate, and we've presented an inaccurate picture to people again. I'd urge us to not keep trying to pat ourselves on the back or pass blame to others for things that have happened. Just accept accountability and responsibility, and I can assure you now those parents would feel so much better in engaging with us if that was the case. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Daniel Stone.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report. It's really well presented, but there are some missing elements, aren't there? So I was expecting the report to give us some detail around social value. I thought that had been agreed at Cabinet. It was agreed at Cabinet that we would follow the money. So we're spending, what is it, £347 million. We need to know where it's ending up. There's nothing about that at all. On active travel, I would just like to point out that when we talk about active travel, we're talking about people going to work, we're talking about people going to college, we're talking about people going to school, we're talking about people travelling to visit family. Cycling isn't just a leisure activity. And I would like to give you an example of why I think it's important we take it a bit more seriously. I run a youth club, as you know. In our youth club, amongst our young people who cycle, desperate to cycle to college, to work, to meet each other, we have had 2 broken arms, 1 broken collarbone and a broken leg. They've all been involved in car accidents. Now, out of a group of 30, that's a very high proportion, wouldn't you agree? So, I would like somewhere along the line some acknowledgement that we need to make travel not just active, but safe. And we need to, not congratulate ourselves on putting cycle lanes around parks, but we need access to the train station, to the town centre, to the hospitals, to schools, to where people really, really want to cycle. So I'd like that to be considered for the next report. Thank you. In terms of housing, we've been given reports on how many households are on the waiting list, but not how many people. And I think we ought to know how many people there are. I have got a real concern, as I express everywhere I can, about the number of 1-beds and studios being developed as accommodation in the town centre. And I'm just curious about how regeneration, how the waste services, how the need for doctors, dentists, school places, and all of that is being looked at. My theory is that these are piecemeal developments. It's accumulating problems for other service areas, and I'm just wondering how we're going to resolve some of those issues. And that ought to be reflected in the corporate plan and in the annual report, it seems to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bob Purser.
Thank you, Chair. Again, I welcome this report. Bit concerned that the section on planning ended up as a kind of series of bullet points rather than giving us a vision about the role of planning in place shaping, in building healthy communities, and really setting the framework for town centre regeneration. I think we need to get some real big picture vision statements in our planning rather than as a reactive department. I want it to be proactive and a visionary department within the local authority.
Thank you. Councillor Jonathan Harris.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few questions relating to this document and for full transparency purposes. I'm not entirely clear, if I'm honest, who it's for or how it will be used. Councillor Nunn just mentioned for the public who may see it. I presume it will be available in libraries or such like. But I'm interested to know why we have decided to do it in a very nice, glossy document in this style and how much that's actually cost us to do. Surely we can do digital versions and print on demand. If that's the case, that would certainly be more sustainable. Now, don't get me wrong, it's a very nicely presented document, very easy to read, lots of useful information in there. But I think it goes fairly lightly on some of the underlying issues and challenges. And there's some very interesting points, particularly if I might refer to page 15 of the document where it talks about investing £215,000 in the year ahead towards bus services. That was actually a cut that was reinstated. So I'm glad it's there, don't get me wrong, but I think it's just interesting that we haven't really given the full story about how some of the things have come about. Place services doesn't really make much comment about planning team resource challenges. The last time I heard there was 25% or so agency. That's clearly a big ongoing issue. There's not really much reference to the highways debate and conversation that we had earlier on. There's some issues, I think, around, doesn't really talk about judicial review, send challenges, appeals, home to school transport and so on. So I think it's just a general point. It's a useful document, but I think if we're to use it fully, it should be fully reflective of the year and the issues and challenges that exist so that we can really make the best use of, therefore, what needs to go forward in the future. I'm not sure how this document is edited. Does it go to scrutiny committees? Maybe it should in advance, just for overall comment before it ends up being a final version. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sally Beardsworth.
Thank you very much, Chair. A couple of questions. It's surprising that because people are staying at home longer when they get elderly, that we haven't spent much of our disability facility grants. It's still got quite a little bit to go. That's one question. The second question is the amount of proportion of young people aged 16 to 18 not in employment, education or training, NEET as it's known. It's on a target of 5.5 and it's a 2% outturn. And also the number of council houses built, the target was 126 and it was 77. When we think we've got 7,000 people on the waiting list, you wonder how long it'll be before we can give them a home that they can rent at an affordable price.
Thank you. Councillor Ian McCall.
Thank you, Chairman. This report is a reasonable attempt to inform, but it reads as a mutual backslapping exercise in many places. And it could have done with a good proofread to remove the typos, the double counting, and particularly some of the crimes against the apostrophe. The Northampton-centric approach from the Council continues to shine through in this report, and time and again lists of projects are given where all or all bar one are things done in Northampton, even where there were corresponding things going on of a similar nature outside of the town that could have been highlighted, but I appreciate that's the WNC culture. What does good look like? All of the measures are devoid of context. WNC measures only itself. WNC set the target, and WNC performance against that self-target is reported on. There are no comparators within the report, and we need a national measure to know whether WNC performance is better or worse than the national average. We should at least know the WNC performance from the previous year, and we've no idea if the target has been reduced or stretched from the previous year, so we cannot tell from this whether we're improving or not. And even where success is claimed, it is tucked away and difficult to find. The finance section, for example, we claim improved performance in business rates and council tax collection and benefits performance, but the report does not quantify what those achievements are, and in fact, reading one of them looks like the target was missed. The report misses, in my view, a big opportunity to answer the residents' question, where does my money go? To highlight that 70% of our expenditure is spent on 4% of the residents, and to point out our care of the areas of care for both adults and children needs national structural reform. And to answer that question of where does the money go, if you want more potholes fixed, fix care. If you want better leisure services, fix care. If you want a better planning service, fix care. If you want additional after-school activities, fix care. If you want better council services, fix care. And I just wish the report would make these points. And I do agree, maybe it would be useful to put it on the agenda at a corporate scrutiny, that we can actually take more than 2 minutes to debate these things. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Sue Sharps.
Thank you, Chair. I think my thinking was almost said it all. This document does not represent my area. It actually will be a bit of a touch-like paper. It may even cause a small riot in many areas. It's a shame. Many of the things that we do well, but the one thing we don't do is communicate. Often residents are left wondering what we do, and what we don't do is communicate. Can I get that across? We don't communicate well. Can we change that, please? That's something we need to change.
Thank you. Councillor Nigel Hinch.
Thank you, Chair. One omission that I would like to draw members' attention to is the Council of COVID funding. It would have been nice to actually see a reference in there, because you will all recall 93 members had £2,500 each and were just short of £250,000. I'm really interested to understand what benefit this has had. How was it utilised by councillors in their communities, particularly the deprived areas? Has it all been spent? If not, why not? How much is left and what's happening with it? And therefore, would we publicise the projects that have been funded by each councillor? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nunn to respond and wound up.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm grateful to everybody for their comments, some of which I suppose against which we would just say noted. I think I did see a couple of colleagues who were keen to come in, but perhaps they've not signalled entirely to you on, for example, Tiffield School, but we'll get an answer to...
Councillor Baker, are you point of order? Where are we?
Tiffield School will have 250 places. We're advertising 230 because some children with extra special needs need more space, and we want to have the space available for that should it arise.
Right, thank you. Councillor Nunn.
Possibly just refer to a few quick comments on social value. I'm not sure if we promised that we'd have social value in this report. Social value is a component part of our procurement now. So it's absolutely in everything we do and everything we buy. There was something on households. Adam had already spoken, unfortunately, therefore he couldn't come in. He can probably get you more detail, but on the waiting list, a third of those on the waiting list are looking for one bed. That's a stat that I happen to know. There may be more that it's worth you knowing. The idea of health and well-being, I think this was Councillor Purser, was it possibly? Well-being in planning. Obviously, we've got a lot of sessions going on the local plan. And you might have noticed that the ones that are currently going on have been organised by Public Health. It's Public Health who are promoting those and getting people's views. So I've never been more optimistic that a local plan is not just something that says you've got to build a lot of houses, but actually really can shape things. And things like health and well-being seem to, fortunately, be an important part of that. In terms of the cost, Councillor Harris, you can never say no cost. What I can tell you is this has all been produced in-house by in-house staff who are already on the team. So there's no sort of external cost in that type of respect. There's only a few copies and glosses. Yes, libraries is a great idea. I'm pretty sure that'll already be on the agenda, but I'll make sure they do find their way into libraries, and certainly it'll be online as from tomorrow and promoted widely. Councillor Beardsworth mentioned Council House building, and it's really challenging. You know, we have a bold ambition. I will remind Councillor Beardsworth, who was for a time the housing portfolio holder on the borough. During 20 years, the borough built 8 houses, so we are still way ahead of previous records. But please believe me, Sally, our passion to build houses is greater than many. If you look at some of the major schemes, it's no secret to say there are some viability challenges around the big schemes where major projects have seen their cost raise hugely, where we have been unable to get contractors to take on and bid, where we have contractors who will not give a price that's valid for more than a short period of time. So it's almost impossible to get it through to a cabinet decision. But nevertheless, that's easing. Please be absolutely assured we're completely onto the build programme. We really are, and we would love to see more more come through. In terms of comparators, Councillor McCord's, Ian's comment, obviously we take a quarterly performance monitoring to Cabinet, in which there's often that there are comparators to national figures. On all of our KPIs where there are national figures, they're referenced also in the report, and they are the basis behind the KPI. And I couldn't agree with you more in terms of the fixed care. I think what you're saying there is, and it almost seems a disproportionate amount of money is spent on the smaller proportion of people who are in care. I think you're dead right, yeah. And actually, particularly for those who come, like us, come from the district borough background, that's really significant and challenging. And with little doubt, that'll be a challenge again this year. COVID fund, I think it's an excellent question. I don't know if you'll allow Councillor Smith to answer that. I almost have just a couple of points to round up, which was just to remind people this year we've opened the bike park. We've done a lot on sustainability. We've dealt with a load of refugees and kept them safe. We have done a lot on SEND. I know there's still a lot of heat around that, but we have done an awful lot. The integrated care strategy, we distributed £5 million on the household support grant. We've launched an app so people can communicate with us better. The regeneration does press on across the area. We've actually celebrated about 60 events from Pride, Diwali, and so on. We've kept Green Flag Awards in parks. It's such a big list. Please do have a good list across. I'll just finally say again my thanks to all the staff. What I think has been an excellent year, and thank you for the comments. I've made lots of notes of the things that people have suggested. There is just the COVID issue if you were to indulge, Councillor Smith, but that's entirely your decision, Chairman. Thank you.
Councillor Smith should have, of course, intervened earlier, but he wants to respond very briefly.
Thank you, Chair. Simple answer, no, all the funds were not spent. Were funds spent in the most deprived areas? No, they were not. It's not good reading at all. I will give the numbers. The Labour group didn't spend £13,008.80. The Lib Dems £300, Independents £200, and Conservatives £392.73. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Council is asked to consider the recommendations at paragraph 3 of the report at page 104, to note the detailed contents of the report and the key priorities. Can we vote on that now, please? In favour, against, or abstaining? Thank you. Still arching up. Total votes, 67. In favour, 62. Against, 3. Abstentions, 2. Motion is carried. Item 9, updates the Constitution. Councillor Suresh Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to propose this report and update on the Constitution and request the Council to adopt these changes. There is an authority to consult under Section 5. The other one is the planning protocol. But if I can just highlight, the members will be allowed, if they can register to speak remotely as long as the system works. We have to rely on technology, but I urge all the members who wish to speak by remotely, please send your comments in writing as well. And with that, just pleased to propose the report.
Thank you. Councillor Grant.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, Councillor Patel, it's a very short report, has itemised the key elements. As long as members are aware of what their position is, it should work fine. So I have great pleasure in seconding.
Thank you. We're notified of 3 speakers wishing to comment. Councillors Smith, Meredith and Harris. Councillor Zoe Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Really relieved to see this change put in. I'm a little concerned that it didn't make it through on the original meeting where it was confirmed that members could speak online. So I just urge that future meetings are formulated in such a way that all decisions and discussions that are taking place and votes are really clear, and that final votes that make it through to the report are made really clear. I also really urge that we do look at the technology. We've made the decision to take our planning committees very remote in lots of cases from the communities that they've So it is absolutely essential that both for members wishing to speak online and for residents wishing to speak online, that technology does work. We're still having some problems with it, and it's really essential that we do that, because that's the mechanism by which people are able to speak. It's the same situation if they're unable to as when people weren't able to get in the front doors at Daventry. It's the same thing. If the technology doesn't work, we've locked the doors to people who are not able to access, either because of their physical location or their disabilities or their childcare. So from an inclusion point of view, it's essential that we take it really seriously to get technology right and don't shrug it off if that happens. So we really need to take that on board, because in terms of the Planning Advisory Services advice, if we want to be inclusive and make sure that members of the public and members of the council are able to represent their residents and their views, we need to make sure that we've got that right and we take that really seriously.
Thank you. Councillor Dennis Meredith.
I'll pass on this, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Jonathan Harris.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to say that we're fully in support of these proposals. Just a small point, it may have been worth adding explanation for members for the reason to the change on consultation criteria, perhaps ideally through example. I don't know whether that's something that Councillor Patel could maybe allude to, because I think we've had a couple of instances that has required or led to this particular change. So I think it would add clarity, even if it's done verbally. In regards to the remote representation as a ward councillor at planning committees in particular, this is a much more pragmatic solution. It's much more sustainable and cost effective. The technology is there. We have to make it work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Sue Sharps.
Thank you, Chair. It's known that I'm not necessarily keen about the meeting changing for planning, but I would like to point out one thing. I did not get the chance to do so at the last meeting. I am sitting in a 5 p.m. meeting, and on the last meeting, everybody sat and pointed out that all of our meetings are at 6 p.m. I was sat in a 5 p.m. meeting. I am going to be attending 6 p.m. meetings. Now, if that's not lost on you, it was very hard for me to understand as just normal lay councillor. I have no problem with this, except that we continue to confuse our constituents. General residents don't know what we're talking about. When in fact, we don't seem to either. So please, can we have clarity? The Constitution is a really important thing. So we've made this decision, and that's absolutely okay. But when we're doing it, can we have clear, concise decisions across the board? Thank you.
Councillor Adam Brown.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to respond to the point that Councillor Harris made about the extra requirements around consultations. Without being able to recall the specific examples, there were some consultations that could have benefited from further portfolio holder input to get closer to what we would view as, at the outset, without preempting the outcome of a consultation, the optimum policy position. As we did at Daventry District Council, by taking it through Cabinet, first of all, before it goes out to consultation, we can have that extra exposure around essentially what we feel we're proposing as the optimum policy position. It doesn't mean to say that we're not going to change as a result of the consultation, and you'll see evidence of that coming up in the months ahead. But I think that by having a clearer image portrayed to the public about what we see as the objective of a consultation, it increases that transparency and that accountability that are defined under the Nolan Principles.
Thank you. Councillor Suresh Patel to wind up.
Thank you. Yes, I mean, Councillor Smith, we discussed this at the Democracy and Standards Committee, and that's sort of been really come to the full council AGM, but we corrected this now on the planning protocol, so hopefully that. As for the technology, I mean, we all know that no one can really guarantee it. That's why I urge everybody to also please submit your written comments to to the DSS, so they will be submitted on the day of the planning committee. So at least you don't lose out on that. As for the timing of the meeting, well, I mean, this has been discussed, and I'm sure this will be continued discussion in the future. At the moment, the full council meeting is very clearly states 5 o'clock start. Strategic planning is 2 o'clock, and the rest of the committee is 6 o'clock, which was voted at the last full council AGM. So that's the timing will remain. Okay, move the reports, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The proposition to approve the amendments of paragraph 5 of the report. Can we move to the vote, please? Total votes 69 in favour, 68 against 1. Motion is carried. Item 10, update to political balance and committee places. Councillor Mike Hallam.
Thank you, Chairman. These calculations are based on some statutory numbers that we have to abide by. The numbers have been crunched and checked, and they are presented for you here. Happy to propose.
Thank you. Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased to second the report. If I can just highlight under section 4.4, few committee places are changing. Councillor Dermot Bambridge have stepped down, and Councillor Alison Eastwood will become a vice chair, and also Councillor Jake Roberts will be added onto the committee. Adults Overview and Scrutiny Committee, Councillor Daniel Cribbins and Councillor Karen Cooper have come off the committee, and Councillor Anna King and Brian Sargent have been added on. And Local Pension Board, Councillor Ken Pritchard has stepped down from this committee, and he will be replaced by Councillor Greg Lunn. Please to second, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Move to the vote. The proposition. Councillor Nunn, we've just had the winding up speech.
Beg your pardon. Sorry, I just wanted to squeeze in there, and I beg I was slightly late. I want to give my thanks to Councillor Dermot Bambridge, who's stepping away from and causing this change as a result of the clash between planning and place scrutiny. Dermot's done great work for the last 2 years on place scrutiny. I wanted to reflect that. Apologies for coming in so late, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
Right. Okay, we move to the vote. Recommendations at paragraph 2 of the report. Vote now, please. 70 in favour, none against. Motion carried. Thank you. Item 11, Chief Officer Fixed Term Appointments and Remuneration. Councillor Hallam.
Thank you, Chairman. This is a report that we bring when salaries are either appointed, in this case there's one, or salaries go over £100,000. Details of the first one are clearly outlined. I just wanted to point out about the remuneration of those assistant directors. As I mentioned in my Cabinet Member report earlier, we've had a pay rise agreed for the lowest members of staff was 8% and the highest paid members of staff was 3.5%. That 3.5% has triggered those assistant directors who were just under that limit. It's triggered them over that limit, which is why we brought the report today. Happy to propose.
Thank you. To second, Councillor Nunn.
Very happy to get a second. If I may, I'll reserve my right to speak, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. 2 members indicated their intention to speak, Councillors Roberts and Bearsworth. Councillor Emma Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. The report has a request, the report seeks approval for the appointment of an interim director of children's services. So this report shows a change of structure to our directorate system again. So this report puts forward a new interim director of children's services. So that's another director of children's services. When we spoke about it, when we had the dual appointment of the DCS and the DAS, we said we needed consistency and we needed quality. And we've now got another DCS. That's a real concern for me, although I congratulate Rebecca on the job, because this report seeks approval for the appointment of the interim director of children's services, but the members' briefing on Friday appointed the new interim director of children's services. So we've already done the thing that this report asks us to approve. That doesn't make any sense to me at all. It doesn't even explain that in the report. It doesn't say, I'm sorry for bringing it late. It doesn't say anything at all about it. I don't have any problem, particularly with the appointment. Please don't suggest I'm criticising an officer, but I have a problem with the structural way in which this is being brought to this council without any explanation of the appointment of a new Director of Children's Services in either the Cabinet Members' report or this report before us, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sally Beardsworth.
Thank you. I'd like to echo what Councillor Roberts has said. It's rather like shutting the door, the horse has bolted. We can't, we've got to agree because the appointment's already been made. It's just as we say, it's another change to the structure, and it's just unfortunate that it always seems to be, we seem to be on the back foot when we're making these decisions, rather than actually coming to us before the decision is made and asking us what would be more polite.
Councillor Fiona Baker.
Thank you. This came about because it was obvious to us that in order to have more clarity in the Children's Trust, we needed a DCS to be involved. The North have a DCS that's involved with the Trust, and she is able to integrate into the Trust more than we were having an assistant director. So this was why this came about. I wasn't aware that it was interim, so I've asked the question as to whether it's interim until you've approved it. I wasn't aware it was interim. I've just asked our Chief Executive if she's able to clarify this because she may have more information than me. But the reason why this was put in place was because we needed more oversight of the Children's Trust.
Thank you. Councillor Andre de Savage.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's not unreasonable to come before us today, any decisions in terms of bringing forward fixed appointments, whether interim or otherwise, to the nearest or the closest possible full council meeting decision that was obviously taken or tried to be taken. It's not unreasonable. It's an HR matter. What otherwise would members have wanted, or some of the members in this chamber, that we had a special meeting of the full council just to make that decision, which are the interests of the services and of the council? That would seem really wholly unreasonable when we are talking a couple of days away. I'm sure Councillor Roberts understands the importance, Mr. Chairman, of quite clearly discussing this. That's why it's on the papers today. It's something that clearly has not been hidden, and I congratulate us in being able to locate the right individual for the role. It is very difficult indeed in public services, we know, to try and bring all the dates together of all the transactions, but if we can do it as quickly as possible and as openly as possible as we have done so, I think that's fine. Possibly a note round to all councillors would be useful to indicate that that was coming to the next full council meeting would be ideal in the circumstances. But as we know, we don't have weekly full council meetings, so this is quite a reasonable, I think, proposition. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The Chief Executive would like to comment on one aspect just raised.
The post is interim just in the exact sense that we're talking about. We haven't made a permanent change to the structure. Rebecca is already, as we know, the Deputy DCS. What we wanted to do was give her the full statutory powers to be permanently involved and get involved in the trust. If we decide that that's a permanent thing, it should go through the permanent process. This report is just triggered by allowing her to act up. She crosses the £100,000 threshold, and therefore we have to bring it here. But obviously, if we make a permanent change to it, then we would put that through the right process.
Thank you. Councillor Randall.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I totally concur with Councillor Roberts, because it just seems that, why was it not even in a cabinet report? Why? Why? And how come that Councillor Baker, who's a cabinet member, isn't fully understanding either? It just makes it farcical, the whole thing, really. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Hallam, then to Councillor Sharps.
Thank you. I believe it couldn't have gone in the previous report because it's here so that we can approve it. I believe that it's the right thing to do, and I'm very pleased that we have got a member of staff of this quality. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hallam, then to wind up.
Thank you, Chairman. Not much more to add because I believe the portfolio holder and the Chief Executive have clarified the points that would make. I would just say that Councillor Andre Gonzalez de Savage makes a really good point. It is actually in front of you. You do have the power. So if members disagree with this decision, they should vote against it. If members agree with it, and we just heard from one that does, they should vote for it. So I'm happy to present it and move to the vote.
Thank you. We do move then to the vote. Recommendation at paragraph 3 of the report. Vote now, please. Total votes 70, in favour 48, with 22 abstentions. Thank you. Item 12. Integrated Care Northamptonshire, Councillor Matt Golby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So firstly, I'd like to thank Rosin Harris, the author of this report, who has spent a huge amount of time in working with partners in the production of the outcomes framework. So this paper to full council presents the agreed priority metrics as part of Integrated Care Northamptonshire's outcomes framework. The metrics will help the partnership, the ICP, measure progress against its 10 Live Your Best Life ambitions, and those are the ambitions that sit at the heart of our sort of corporate strategy as a council, but have also been adopted by all of the partners involved with the ICS. So agreeing a shared set of priorities across the system will help all of the organisations that make up Integrated Care Northamptonshire work together more effectively to improve health outcomes for our residents. The methodology used to prioritise the metrics was agreed by a multi-agency steering group on behalf of the partnership that included representatives from both councils, our hospital trusts and primary care colleagues, as well as voluntary sector leaders. The metrics prioritised represent the data we currently collect, but we recognise that often the data currently collected does not adequately measure the outcomes that we really want to achieve. Therefore, recommendations for new metrics to be developed accompany the first iteration of the outcomes framework. The metrics and outcomes framework presented to and approved by Integrated Care Northamptonshire Partnership back on the 8th of June, and also the Health and Wellbeing Board. And also, I'd just like to comment that this is a real high-level report, and I appreciate that there's probably questions that members may have, and there's a lot of information that sits beneath the metrics and the measures that we've got in here. And I've said all the way along that I think this will be an excellent piece of work for scrutiny to have a look at, to really get focused in on what sits underneath these high-level objectives. So I'm really happy to bring this before us today, Mr. Chairman, and happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Daniel Cribben will second the proposal.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to second this proposal and reserve my right to speak. Thanks.
Thank you. We've been notified of 4 members wishing to speak. Councillors Randall, Smith, Roberts and Harris. Councillor Wendy Randall.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I've spoken many times about, it's great to have these ambitions, but how are we going to put them into practice? Because it's even about living the best life and having somewhere affordable to live. We've got so many people on a housing list. We've got a lot of low-paid wages that, people just can't afford to get. Even affordable housing is unaffordable. Same with, children. We know that there is a real issue with developing a level of development at young children. In fact, it needs to start at babies. But how are we going to achieve all that? And are we going to have time frames? And how are we going to measure all these outcomes? Because as far as, yes, I do agree with them. My concern is they'll just be on a bit of paper and they won't achieve anything. Thank you.
Councillor Zoe Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's really important to have this integrated work. It's something we've been saying for a long time, and I think somewhere where so far WNC hasn't delivered on its ambitions is all of the different departments working together being one unitary hasn't yet delivered. an integrated service that addresses need where it needs to be. What I am concerned about is making sure that we don't just measure by numbers, but we measure by people, we measure by, for example, protected characteristics, as I mentioned earlier, some of the most vulnerable families that we have. What are we going to do to make sure that we look at who is best fitting from this service? So if there are fewer exclusions, not just how many, by how much are there fewer exclusions, but also who isn't being excluded. Are there still demographics? Are there still groups who aren't being reached, who are still being excluded? So what are we going to do to really make sure that everybody benefits from this piece of work and that we measure it by people, not just by numbers? And finally, as I've said with loads of reports that we get in front of full council and various other meetings, that's why we need an equalities section. In the report, we have a community impact assessment, which is really positive, but we don't have an equalities section that talks about how we're going to make sure that this reaches out across the board and lifts up the people who are already far behind. So I'd like some information on how we'll do that and a commitment to really looking at equalities in future reports of this kind.
Thank you. Councillor Emma Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure Councillor Golby would ever expect to hear me say this, but one of the things that I've found with this directorate and the way in which the reports come is that there's huge amounts of data behind what's presented to us. So it makes it very simple for me to understand how we've got here and why we're doing this. So I commend the work of the teams and the directorate on this. One of the things that we've asked for scrutiny is that, as well as the outcomes framework, we see a KPI dashboard at every scrutiny meeting for the whole of the directorate, which I know exists, that shows us where we're doing well and where we're not, to enable us to scrutinise those at a really lower level, and we agreed that at our last scrutiny meeting, and I know it was commended by the officers that were there. On this particular report and the outcomes here, we talk about the lapse in the community impact assessment, but what I'm not sure it does and what I'd like to see it do is look at the priorities that the LAPs have chosen to work on and see where they fit into these outcome frameworks. I think that would be an enhancement of the outcomes framework for me. It would also allow us to hold the LAPs to some sort of accountability, because I think that's going to be important. You know, they need to do what they're saying they're going to do or explain why they can't. There's one metric that is in as an ambition for future. We need further data development on that, and that's access to the best available education and learning, and it talks about needing to better explore well-being in school-age children, need to better measure quality of education and outcomes for SEND pupils. We can, however, already measure the number of children with an EHCP without a school place. And we can also measure the number of children with an EHCP and the length of time it took them to get a school place, which would, I believe, help us to understand whether the outcomes for their living their best life has been hindered by the fact that we can't afford to or offer them the provision that they need, or the delays in our system might have caused. So I wonder if, Councillor Golby, we could perhaps have a request to look at that, because we could conclude that as a direct ambition now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Chair. It's just building on the point around the question or opportunity to broaden metrics for the future, and it's a bit of an echo with the point made earlier by Councillor Zoe Smith, specifically referring to Table 1, Ambition 2, which is about access to best available education and learning. I think there should be a measure that looks at school exclusions. I think they should be quantified. We must have data on that information. It seems to be, from what I can understand, a growing national trend in many areas. And we know that there are correlations and evidence that suggests that exclusions can lead to further issues and challenges for those in this group further downstream, and may relate to other items that we've discussed at Council this evening. So I would urge that we maybe explore that as a way of including it so that we can keep a close handle on that. On a second point linked to the same area, I've got some fairly broad concerns about the consultation on the homeschool transport, which is recently closed. It's probably one of the areas that I've had most correspondence of recently, particularly in regards to the, and I know it's consultation at this stage, but the outline proposals potentially around changes to fees and structures for that. It seems to me that there's an opportunity, or at least we should be, depending on what is agreed around those fee structures and any further implementation of it, that we should be looking at that as a measure also, because I can see potentially, if it goes forward and we end up charging the fees that were outlined in the consultation, I can see pressures there and potentially leading to drop-off as well, which is clearly not going to give access to the best available education and learning if parents have to remove children from schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matt Golby, to wind up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just thank everybody for those comments. I think there was some real constructive points made there. I've tried noting them down, and perhaps I'll go back and look at the recording of this meeting and go through them with officers. On Jonathan's point at the end there, that's very valid, isn't it? The home school transport issue and the potential impact on residents and the connectivity, etc. Access to education and the EHCP measures Emma just mentioned there. Again, they are valid, and maybe there should be a dashboard somewhere that we should be looking at. The LAPs, their priorities. I know, you know, the N4 LAP, I think, which was the first one in Northampton, looked at school exclusions, and from the data they were looking at, could tell there's 12.5 years missed in just in that LAP area of children being excluded from school. And there's some real detailed work going into looking at how we can get underneath that and use and try and improve that. And maybe that's work that could be shared with the other areas. So I used that analogy earlier of being at sort of level 2 with a lot of this work. And this is obviously the wider outcomes framework for the bigger picture ICS. But I think, you know, there's still a long way to go with this. There's a great commitment across the partnership, you know, to really make a difference here. And I think we've just got to stick with it, keep challenging. I welcome the challenges that are being put this evening. I'll sit down with people like Stuart, people like Julie Curtis and Naomi, one of the co-chairs with Helen Harrison of the ICP to reflect on some of these comments made. So I'm not going to go back over every single one of them right now, but I'm going to welcome the challenge, and hope Council can approve the report this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. We move to the vote. The recommendation at paragraph 3 of the report. Please vote in favour, against or abstain. "70 votes, 69 in favour, 1 abstention. Thank you. Item 13, motions. Motion number 1, proposed by Councillor Sally Beardsworth. Councillor Beardsworth.
Thank you, Chair. Can I first and foremost thank Mr. Roberts from Northampton Carers Association, who came along tonight to speak to us. Northampton Carers Association does remarkable work. It has an absolutely fabulous website with so much information to help carers cope and to support them. At the moment, we have 31,000 people that are carers that we know about. Some people are carers that just think, you know, just do it, looking after a loved one, and don't think themselves as carers. Carers are our unpaid heroes. They don't feel that they're heroes themselves. They're just looking after somebody they love and care about. They often have problems with their own health. It often suffers because of the stresses and strains of everyday life and looking after somebody they care about. They often feel invisible, especially to the authorities, because there's so little done for them, and they tend to feel as though they don't matter. And this is why we wanted to bring this motion tonight, to make sure that we have our MPs, we have people that are associated with caring, and have a roundtable meeting that we can actually drill down, and the MPs can take some information back to government just to see if there's anything we can do, not just locally, but nationally. Young carers are often NEETs. That's because their education can suffer, because often they're looking after somebody and they need extra support to make sure that their future is sound. Over 5 million unpaid carers are in England and Wales. 73% of them don't identify as carers, just people looking after their loved ones. 19 million provides some sort of care. We need to do more. Respite is very difficult to get, and to have a break from your loved one just for a few hours or weeks would be absolute godsend. Having meetings with the MP and the carers will enable them to understand the needs in this area and the work that we could do. We could look at other councils to see what they've been doing and see whether we can adopt some of their good ideas. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. I hope you will support this, because I know carers have contacted me and feel that they feel as though they could do with all the support they can get. I beg to move.
Thank you. Councillor Rosie Humphrey to second.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to second the motion and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Two members have indicated they wish to speak, Councillors Dolby and Randall. Councillor Matt Golby. Nearly did that again, didn't I?
You're trying to wind me up.
Golby.
Thank you, Bob. So, first of all, I also want to recognise the value unpaid carers bring to our society. We heard from Mr. Roberts earlier, and I recognise many of the points he makes. My own parents, I'm lucky enough to still have them, but my own parents are becoming a little more needy with some of their care requirements, and you can realise how quickly things can get very, very challenging. So totally get the need to help and support our carers. What I wanted to try and do was find a way of keeping this motion alive without having to vote it down. But what I wanted to say is that there's a huge amount of work happening at the moment through groups like the Northamptonshire Carers Trust, which Mr. Roberts mentioned, and the People Advisory Group through ICANN, to help us formulate our own bespoke West Northants carer strategy, which is something that we should have in place. So I think there's some good value to this motion, and what I'd like to do is move a motion from the floor that we refer this motion to the Adult Scrutiny Committee, where I think they can really get underneath and listen and contribute to the formulation of our carer strategy. So I'd like to move that from the floor, if I may, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Beardsworth will respond to that in due course. Councillor Randall.
Thank you, Chair. No, my group are going to vote with this motion. Excuse me. I mean, there are just thousands of people out there every day, caring for people. They're the unspoken heroes. Lots of children lose a lot of their school year as well. And it's when you do something like this and promote it, it just puts it more in the public eye. There might be loads of people out there that don't know all these groups exist, so anything to help that, is a plus. And, so happy to support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Zoe Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Just in regard to referring it to scrutiny, I would issue a caution on that terms. Currently in children's scrutiny, we're dealing with a motion that was passed years ago now for young care leavers to have access to free Wi-Fi, lots of important reasons that we won't go into, but really important for their needs. And that was referred back to children's scrutiny, or at the time, back to people's scrutiny to deal with. And we're currently having lots of debates about how to handle that really, and whether it's worth doing, that really should have been in front of full council in the first place. Years later, it's not been dealt with, it's not been implemented, and it's just a way of avoiding an awkward conversation at full council and having that awkward conversation in the slightly less public forum of scrutiny. And it's currently causing all sorts of difficulties in children's scrutiny. I think we've got a motion in front of us that we ought to deal with at full council. It's a good motion. There are lots of reasons behind it. And as we've said before frequently, actually, if we're doing good work, but there's more we could do, let's pair it together. This calls for a review. It doesn't need to be kicked away into the long grass for scrutiny to deal with. It's before us. You can pair up the good work that's already happening, explore it as part of the review and see whether things can be added. But it's not something to just put away in a box in scrutiny. We actually ought to deal with it tonight. That's what we're here for.
The present position is that Councillor Golby has made a proposition which effectively is an amendment, and we do not yet have a seconder. Councillor Nunn, take you next. Councillor Nunn.
Thank you. Indeed, that was the reason for me raising my hand. Do you know, I'm just confused to hear that sending things to scrutiny is kicking them into the long grass. Sending things to scrutiny is putting them in a box. I've had a lot of time hearing that why don't we see things first? Why aren't scrutiny more involved? I have no problem with getting MPs together. I don't think we're going to make an awful lot of progress. What I want to know is what do we at West Northants as a council want to be asking them for? Tell me what that is. I'll go and ask them. I therefore strongly recommend that we send this to scrutiny. And I support so much of the sentiment behind this. I just don't understand why we're particularly choosing this method. I can't support it as it is, and that's a real shame because that doesn't reflect the huge support that I feel for the sentiment behind this motion. I'd like to confirm my seconding, if you like, Mr. Chairman, of asking scrutiny to have a real proper look at it. I understand the chair of the scrutiny committee is very keen to get it on the work programme. Thank you.
Chair?
Point of order, first of all. We have.
Yeah, but is it within the Constitution?
I'm advised order.
Is it within the Constitution?
I'm advised that Councillor Golby has made a proposition from the floor, which is not an amendment. Which is not an amendment, but it's a proposition from the floor. That has not yet been seconded. Right, it has been seconded. Thank you. That was not clear. Take this now as a motion. Right, I'm told we have a valid secondary proposition, like an amendment, but not really. It's a counter proposition. So we're at the moment debating the counter proposition, which is the proposition of Councillor Golby to refer the issue to scrutiny. We'll continue to debate that, and when members have finished debating that, we'll vote on that proposition. If it fails, then we go back to the original motion. Okay? So, members wishing to speak on Councillor Golby's proposition, any further members wishing to speak on the representative? Yes, Councillor Meredith.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, for giving me the time to speak on this. Sorry.
Microphone, please.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, thank you for giving me the time to speak on this, and I'm going to support this going to scrutiny because I think there's a lot of work on scrutiny that can be taken place. Scrutiny, to me, is the right place for this motion to go because scrutiny can look at this in depth, and I think it will be quite sensible also to have a working group to really look into this motion because the work that the scrutiny does will be very, very helpful towards this motion. The other thing is I've myself been helping to care for two elderly people. And it's exactly, all these words are self-explanatory. We do need to support people who are caring because without the carers and the volunteers that do this sort of work, this country would come to a standstill. I myself would love to get my teeth into this if I was on the scrutiny committee because I think it would be very well worth going along on it. I would suggest that when it does go, or if it does go to scrutiny, the scrutiny should look at different places where carers can go and meet and talk to each other and share their views and what actually happens. Because a lot of the people, even if people are taken to care homes, the relatives and their friends still have to go to visit them and take care of them and look after them. So it's a really good motion, and I'm glad it is going to scrutiny, and I think my group would support it, I believe, going to scrutiny. Yeah?
Thank you. Councillor Sharps. Councillor Sharps.
So anyway, myself personally
Councillor
speaking,
Sharps.
yeah, personally speaking, I think it should go to scrutiny.
Yes, we note that, Dennis. Councillor Sharps.
Thank you, Dennis. I don't agree this should go to scrutiny at this point. I think the roundtable should take place, and then any information gleaned for it correctly should go to scrutiny. I don't think that we should delay. I know what it could look like and has possibly been mentioned that it might be. I know that's not actually what Councillor Golby wants it to be. I know you want to do a good and proper job of this. So I think, could we therefore find a middle ground so that tonight everybody can vote on this and we can in fact find that? This is what we're here for. Can we in fact find that, Councillor Golby and Councillor Beardsworth? Please.
Thank you. Councillor Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to need some advice on what I'm saying. So from the officer, please, can I propose an amendment to the proposition that has been made? That amendment, if I am able, would be that if it goes to scrutiny, it goes to the next scrutiny meeting in September. It is not delayed any further, and that is where that item is discussed. Because if that doesn't happen, I sit on adult scrutiny, and the adult scrutiny work programme will not be able to schedule this until at least the end of next year, which is too long. You've said it's a great idea, so either we commit to it happening at the next meeting, or I vote against the proposition.
Thank you. Councillor McCord.
Thank you, Chairman. We seem to be having many of these debates this evening, which more sound like two bald men fighting over a comb. I think what we've actually got here, maybe you can clarify, is a closure motion, which is along the lines of this council resolves to send this motion to the relevant scrutiny committee and moves to the next item of business. Is that actually what we're debating?
Yes. Right. Any other members wishing to speak on the proposition of... briefly, yes. Councillor Stone.
I think it's a bit disingenuous for Councillor Golby to tell us he agrees with this motion, but not quite. He had an option to amend it, and he didn't do that. And I think it's a bit high-handed, to be honest with you, not to have dealt with this before this meeting and then come up with a proposition like that. I think it's a perfectly valid motion. He hasn't told us what he thinks is wrong with it, so how are we going to judge that? And I think for all the carers out there watching us on YouTube, I think we should be supporting them, and I think we need to vote for the motion as it is.
Thank you. Councillor Humphreys, is that?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Roberts took the trouble to attend this meeting and speak in support of this particular motion. We weren't asking very much. We were asking for a round table to raise awareness of an important new piece of legislation which gives carers 1 week's leave a year. It would have been an ideal opportunity to bring carers together, MPs, other experts, and decide how best to go forward with this, both from employers' point of view and employees. I really think it was not necessary to vote it down and propose an alternative. However, if it is going to go past, can we please have an assurance that MPs will be invited to scrutiny? And I also support the idea it goes to the next scrutiny committee, otherwise it will just be kicked into the long grass because of timetables. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Jonathan Harris.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just echoing the comments of Councillor Stone, we find ourselves in the same position as we have done in the past frequently, which is Hobson's choice, basically. So this motion was in well on time. We've seen the Labour motion this evening amended and discussion taking place between the groups. The very first that we knew about the view of the opposition group was this evening as we walked into the meeting tonight. So there is perfectly valid time opportunity to put forward an amendment or an alternative. So our Hobson's choice seems to be, we put this forward, it gets voted down, it's dead and buried. That is not what we want. That does nobody any good, does nobody any favours. So, in the interests of carers and in the interests of the people that this is for, we need to find a compromise. And if that compromise means that it will go to scrutiny, but it will go to scrutiny urgently, first meeting that comes along and has clarity and is included in the work plan, then that is what we must do for the people that this is for. So can we stop playing around with this silly nonsense and actually focus on the rationale and the reasoning for this and actually get moving forward with it? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Irving Smith.
I am Irving Swift, not Smith, but...
Yes. It's getting late. Councillor Irving Swift.
Thank you. I think what Councillor Golby is saying is quite right. We are all councillors and we do the caring and we do adults and children caring in this in our council. I think to involve the MP at that stage to discuss, let's discuss amongst ourselves, and when we all agree what are the main propositions, at that point, the leader of the council can have a good discussion with the MP, and I will propose, if it's possible, that the Labour join at this point and the Lib Dem, the MP, so like that nobody wastes time and we do our job properly. If we are councillors, we are elected to represent our people. So therefore, I think we are the best place to tell our MP what is important to us, and we will invite the carer maybe at the scrutiny meeting. So thank you, Matt, for having proposed that solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Golby, then, to sum up on the proposal to transfer. All right, Councillor Beersworth.
Can I speak on his motion, on his amendment?
Councillor Beersworth, we're at the moment dealing with Councillor Golby's proposition.
Yes, well, that's why I want to speak on it.
Why can he not speak on the proposition? You want to speak on the amendment, just start.
Right, Councillor Beersworth.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I really hope that people are picking up this discussion at home, because all I was trying to do is try and highlight some of the plights that our carers face. Now, you say, Councillor Golby, that you will take it to scrutiny. Now, I was at Children's Scrutiny the other night, and they kicked into the long grass what Councillor Smith was saying about children getting broadband as their care leavers. That's been kicked into next year, right? I put a motion through a little while ago asking for therapeutic care for children that were in our care. That was supposed to go to scrutiny. I've heard nothing about it since. Do you wonder why we don't trust you to do these things when you say you're going to do them and then they disappear into the long grass? Need help now. Not in 6 months, not in 12 months. They want to hear now. They want to have their representatives here to plead their case to the MPs, to the leadership of this council. And if you haven't got time to listen to that for one meeting, and then you can refer it to scrutiny afterwards, as long as it goes to a special meeting of scrutiny and it's held 3 weeks after the meeting with the carers and the MPs. I would love to see our MPs here. I don't remember the last time I saw an MP, and I think this is a huge issue and it should be debated properly. I'm sorry that your party won't agree to this unless it goes to scrutiny and gets kicked into the long grass. I'm very sorry, because I thought you cared about people and cared about the people that are caring for people. I'm saddened by this. I'm saddened. I've been a councillor a long time, and I'm sorry, Andre, I'm speaking. I am not used to actually having this amount of brutality.
All right, Councillor Savage, point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just some clarity here. We do have a structure in Council and an agreed structure of scrutiny. And in fact, to Councillor Beardsworth's left-hand side, she has the chair of the Triangulation Committee of Scrutiny. So kicking something into the long grass is the absolute wrong term to use in front of scrutiny. I will say without doubts, Mr. Chairman, that I'm sure that every member of every scrutiny committee in this hall tonight will take objection to that, because we take very seriously any matters that go to scrutiny and we debate them very accurately. But also, more importantly, we are given good officer time, good technical input from that point of view, and it is a member's decision. The decision will be taken correctly. I absolutely assure you, Mr. Chairman, that through the Triangulation Committee, which I'm a member of, we will look at this carefully. But I do think, Mr. Chairman, that as we have a proper structure of scrutiny in place, we should stick to that and not try and overly influence that outside.
Councillor Savage, given your vast experience in these matters, you will, I'm afraid, understand that is not a proper point of order. Councillor Beardsworth.
Too late,
that. Unfortunately, I have experience of two things being kicked into next year from the Scrutiny Committee. Councillor Andrew Grant, who's the Chair of Children, has actually kicked into the long grass the children with broadband leaving care, and that's for next year. That was decided the other night. Now, I don't know what's happened to my therapeutic care for children, but that seems to have been lost somewhere in the abyss. So I don't have a lot of faith in the fact that scrutiny will listen to this with the urgency I think it should be. And I think if we have the meeting to start with, then it goes to scrutiny, I will be far, far happier. I hope people will agree with me tonight, because I really think rather than being politically motivated, we should be caring for people that care for others.
I'm on a point of personal explanation.
Thank you. I'm advised by my officers on my left that we now go to the vote on the proposition of Councillor Golby. So the proposition is to refer the matter to the Scrutiny Committee. We now go to the vote on this. I'm advised that is the... Well, Councillor Golby can repeat his proposition.
Firstly, I just wanted to say I think Councillor Beards was totally out of order with some of those comments you just made there.
Repeat the proposition,
I could have recommended to my group that we kick this out completely, but I saw some good in it, Sally. I saw some good in it because we do care, which is why I made my suggestion. So I suggest we move to the vote and that it does go to the next available Scrutiny Committee as soon as possible. Thank you.
That is the proposition upon which I invite members to vote is exactly as Councillor Golby has just stated, that the matter is referred to the next available Scrutiny Committee with the wish that it's dealt with as soon as possible. Can we vote now, please? Those in favour, against or abstaining? Total votes 70, 53 in favour, 14 against and 4 abstentions. The motion is carried.
Chairman,
we then go to, we then move to motion 2, proposed by Councillor Shelley Hawes, seconded by Councillor Harry Barrett. Councillor Hawes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to bring this motion to today's meeting. As a mother, this motion is fundamental in ensuring the safety of our children. The current situation in Northampton is one that is increasingly frightening, with local news regularly reporting on knife crime. This is something that we should all be concerned about. I want to express that this is not coming from a political standpoint, this is a humane one. In recent months, there have been 2 notable events in Kingsthorpe involving knives, as well as one within Dustin in the last few days. The reports of knife crime in Kingsthorpe are especially concerning for me as I live in the area and with my children being young. It's become an issue that I feel needs addressing urgently. I believe that working closely with the police and other agencies to develop new methods of approaching this issue will help us tackle the antisocial behaviour, which in many cases is more recently followed by knife crime. Schools also play an important part in educating our young children on the dangers and implications of carrying knives. I want to stress that this motion will only be effective if all parties work together to achieve the same goal, eventually resulting in a long-term solution to combat knife crime. In conclusion, I just want to say that I appreciate that we cannot solve this overnight, and no matter what we do, there will always be efforts made by others to flout the law. But I want this motion to evolve, adapting naturally as the laws change, and to stay top of our priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Harry Barrett.
Thank you. I second the motion and reserve my right to speak. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I have been notified of the following councillors wishing to speak. Councillors Beardsworth, Harris, Smith, Holland, Delamere, Stone, Randall and Zoe Smith. Councillor Beardsworth.
Thank you very much, Chair. I too share this ward with Councillor Hawes and Councillor Barrett. It's been absolutely tragic what's happened there recently. A boy lost his life, a further stabbing at Kingsthorpe Front. You just dread to think what's going to happen next. We really need to work together with other agencies, I know that. But we need to go into schools and talk to children, not just at senior school level, but primary level, to get in before they can actually learn how dangerous and how painful, not only physically, but for the parents that suffer a loss of a child or a child that's seriously injured. And they, they see things on the television, they play these very violent games. They think people just get up and walk away without any danger and damage. I think it's something we really, really need to hit home. And I think we need some hard lessons to show them. We maybe could get somebody that's had an injury to go and talk to children to tell them how painful it is, and maybe somebody who's lost a child, if they feel they're able to go and tell people how dreadful it is not to have your son come home from school every day and you'll never see him again. And I think some of these lessons are far better than all of us sitting around a table and talking about it. We need to get the education out there. We need to help children to understand that what a radical thing knife crime is, and to prevent people bringing knives out with them. We need to also know youth facilities in the area so children can go to those, after-school clubs, all those sort of things to keep children occupied rather than going into gangs. So I would support this motion.
Councillor Jonathan Harris.
Thank you, Chair. It's really good to see any measure come forward which focuses on this desperate issue. And of course, I will be supporting this evening. I sort of, however, wish it would go a step further. It's my understanding that the Community Safety Partnership meets still effectively behind closed doors. I'll be corrected if that isn't the correct case. And surely the clue is in the title, Community Safety Partnership. I would strongly advocate that this body move to a position where this meeting is public, can be heard and can be held to account, and face-to-face appropriate dialogue and scrutiny takes place. We have a one-page document which sets some context. It's called Page on a Plan, sets priorities and has some narrative. There's no detailed plan, there's no hows, no timelines, and no quantifiable targets or actions that can be measured against. How can the community, our community, truly feel reassured that everything that can be done is being done without this? So, of course, this will be supported, but I would urge that the council leader in particular pushes for fuller transparency on these matters. We need more than the platitudes that we see on these documents. We need quantifiable, measurable and transparent outcomes. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor David Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Harris, the CSP simply couldn't operate effectively if it were held in public. There's confidential information held in there, all sorts of things. All it would become is a talking shop. So, yeah, it wouldn't be a good idea. Back to the motion, absolutely fantastic to see this. Yes, there's other initiatives we need to bring forward to get to our youth. Next week, we're having a meeting with Andre. He's a professional basketball player, carrier basketball, not a knife. So we're looking at that, see what effects he can have. So we're looking at all initiatives, anything coming forward. So anybody in this chamber, if you've got an idea, please bring it forward. Whilst if it's discussed in the CSP, no, you won't be getting to hear those discussions. But if you bring those forward, at least it will be discussed within the CSP. Fantastic motion. It's got absolutely my support.
Thank you. Councillor Keith Holland-Delamere.
Last May, I spent many an hour volunteering around the Knife Angel, listening to stories, lived experience of those affected by crime and the knife crime, a violent crime of all nature. Last month, I also attended the service where we heard firsthand the grief of a mother and the action she has taken to try and get the message out to the wider community about putting the knives down and transforming lives. We do need community leadership, and we as a council need to be bolder in what we do for our communities. We need to go far further in providing resources for the voluntary community sector. The many organisations are trying their damnedest to try and tackle these issues. I welcome this motion, but I also recognise it's an ongoing journey of the work of staff within the community safety who've spent many a time around the events and happened to hear firsthand the stories of those who have been caught up in these tragic events. The time for talking shops is over. We really need action. We really need action. We really do need to provide an alternative for our young people. We need to provide them with hope and a future. We really do need to do that because at the moment, we are not providing them alternatives to the gangs and those who would offer them gold when actually all they provide them with is actually pain and hurt. And the families, the friends, the communities that are damaged so much by this vile, infectious disease. We need to go further. We need to listen to those voices who've been telling us for ages, those activists, those community workers, those families that have told us so many times of their tragedy and the ways in which they have been affected by this. I love this motion, but it needs to go further. It needs to go further. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zoe Smith.
Thank you, Chair, and I'd like to echo the support and the importance of the motion. What I think we could do, and we could do more effectively, is be really introspective, really aware what might be happening within some of these services that we provide. We should acknowledge the really hard work that goes on. We should acknowledge the important work in the Community Safety Partnership and the fantastic work that goes on. We also are looking at a situation where, as of now, it hasn't stopped these incidents happening. As of now, more clearly needs to be done. I work in an area where we work really hard. We're really committed to the work we're doing. We're all passionate about it. And sometimes it's not working, sometimes things still happen and things still go wrong. And when that happens, you've got to say, right, it doesn't matter what we feel we've done really well, we also need to look at what we need to do more. And that's something we need to be really prepared to examine so we can continue to acknowledge. But what we need is really action. We need to acknowledge whether all of our services are accessible to everybody, whether there's anything they need to improve that's not quite working or not quite connecting. So let's really challenge ourselves, and that's where the public health approach and public service approach really helps, to look at where this is beginning. But I do think it's really important to commit to being quite brave, to looking at how we do things differently, to how we improve. And just finally, on the Community Safety Partnership, what we do get a lot of in this council is this can't happen, and that's the end of the conversation. I completely understand, working in the area I do, the confidentiality issues of the Community Safety Partnership, but in what way I challenge the Community Safety Partnership to examine how you could simultaneously deal with confidential issues confidentially, make sure that nobody's put at risk and nothing's out there that shouldn't be, but also really be accountable to the public, bring in another forum, have a think around it. That's what we do in professions, think about how to problem solve beyond just this can't happen because, and that's just a challenge I'd put to the Community Safety Partnership.
Councillor Daniel Stone.
Thank you, Chair. Of course, this is a very personal issue for me because my youngest son was stabbed and nearly died as he was travelling home on a late bus in London after he went to rescue a woman who was being sexually assaulted. And he survived, but he was in intensive care for a very long time, and it's a bit touch and go at one point. And my daughter phoned me yesterday. She's a senior teacher. She was in tears because a child she'd taught and a family she knew very well had just been stabbed to death and thrown into the Ladbroke Grove Canal. And you will have seen that in the papers. So it's very personal to me, and I'm sure it is personal to everybody in this room. What I think needs doing is a recognition that somehow the adult world has damaged our children, that we've taken away a huge number of resources that they need for their well-being. When I go out to schools and work with school councils, when I talk to people in the Youth Summit, when I talk to young people in the youth club I run, what they say to me is that they're unhappy, that they're anxious, they're unhappy, they don't feel connected, they don't feel valued, they don't feel loved. And the figures of exclusion and the children who are taking time out of school reflect that. There's just been a survey done at I shouldn't say the school, there's just been a survey done at a school with youth workers where the young people were saying they don't feel safe. They just don't feel safe. They don't feel safe at school, they don't feel safe at home, they don't feel safe walking to school, they don't feel safe in the town centre, they don't feel safe in parks. We have got a huge amount of work to do. And one of the issues I raise time and time again is, what are we doing to make our children happy? Or what decisions are being made that is going to make our children unhappy and less safe? So if you take school transport, for example, we already know that a lot of children are struggling to get to school. We already know that. Are we making that situation worse or better? And I think that's a question that we need to be asking ourselves at every single decision that is made. Is this helping our children become healthy and happy, or is it working against their interests? The closure of the youth service years ago has meant that we have suffered a £60 million disinvestment in our youth. It is completely and utterly unacceptable. And we need to be committing ourselves to reinvesting, not just in youth, but in babies, in toddlers, in young people, in our families, and in our youth. This is a really urgent situation. And people keep saying, oh, we're going to address it. Well, throwing crumbs at our young people isn't going to work. We need to change the environment that they inhabit to make it a safe environment where they feel valued and secure. And we have got to stop the criminals that are feeding this into our young people. Who's bringing the knives in? Who is it? And why are we allowing that to happen? We've got to stop. We've got to bring back neighbourhood policing and a much better future for our young people. I support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Wendy Randall.
Yes, thank you, Chair. There were two motions originally, and we come together to bring this motion to try to get the best of what we could get for our residents. And Councillor Harris, we wanted to see part of the Community Safety Partnership in the public domain, even if it was at the start of the meeting, because community, like you say, it means everybody within that community. If I stopped someone in the street now and said, what's Community Safety Partnership, probably nobody would have a clue, because they don't know what it does and they don't know who there are. We have got lots of situations in our ward where repeatedly drug dealing and criminal activity is taking place, but there's nowhere for them to go apart from our councillors, and our councillors haven't got anywhere to feed it into because we're not allowed there either. So, you know, I would still be pushing for part of that meeting to be open to at least councillors to address their issues so they can actually start understanding and working on that. Totally agree with Councillor Stone. You know, we know there's a lot of lack of investment that has caused our young people just to hang around and be targeted by guns. But obviously, you know, as it is and how we've got it, this is the best that we could do. I know Councillor Smith is going to have some initiatives come out of this, but what I would say, have a look on Rugby Council's website, because if you go on their search bar and put Community Safety Partnership, there is pages and pages and pages telling you what they're doing, how they're working with the community and how they're working with partners. So, you know, it's a really good website. It's just across the border. Happy to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor James Hill.
Thank you, Chair. Really happy to support this motion tonight, and I'm actually delighted to see it's a cross-party motion, and obviously I'm pleased to see there seems to be broad support tonight on this really important issue. I agree with a lot that's been said tonight. We need to be brave, and we need to tackle this issue head-on, because at the moment it seems like we're under siege with just a sea full of incidents that keep happening, and I'm petrified every day to look at Twitter or the news to see the latest incident. And I think one of the things that I'm finding and seeing is that this is affecting every facet of our society. It isn't just youth. You know, last week we had an incident which took place which involved people in their 40s. It's a different variety of reasons. So, you know, we need to address this issue. We need to look at it. And that's why I'm pleased to hear about, you know, this multi-agency approach that we need to do. And Councillor David Smith, thank you for confirming the meeting which is happening with Andre. I think I directed it in your way, so I'm really pleased to see that's taking place. As you know, I chair the Diverse Community Forum, and it's something which we've been looking at in great detail, and I'm going to continue to do that. I don't want this to just be a reactive thing that we only ever talk about when we have tragic incidents like we have. We need to keep this on the agenda in the conversation going forward, because it isn't something that we just react and it goes away. It isn't going to work like that. We need some wholesale changes. So again, I'm really pleased that this is here tonight. We've been speaking about it, and I want to thank everyone involved. It's been a good cross-party effort to get this here tonight. Thank you.
Councillor Sam Rubens.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I thoroughly dislike this motion because we shouldn't have to sit here dealing with issues that once upon a time felt like they were tragically affecting big cities, and they've crept into what is a provincial town and affecting, as others have said, every single different community. And it's a really tough one because there are a limited number of powers that we directly have to affect this. But symbolically, there are huge powers that we have as the main political body in the area to influence things that happen in all walks of life. And I think what Councillor Stone was saying about looking at things that happen across all different services and how things feed in, there are lots of nuances to that. But we should be looking at this from a wider perspective and trying to understand how people end up in the position, young people and some older people, end up in the position to, number one, carrying a knife. And what are the drivers behind that? Is it fear? Is it culture? Is it something else? And then number two, what then leads them into situations when they are feeling that they have to use that? Two absolutely frightening things that we have to contend with, but somehow or another we need to understand that. Obviously the police are doing their work on it to try and get under some of the technical points and the specifics of individual cases and so forth. and then we've obviously got the Community Safety Partnership. I would promote more community involvement in the CSP if that can be done without prohibiting its ability to do things in relation to confidential information. It was one of the things that when some of us were looking to try and bring this motion together that we all sort of debated. But I would promote that where possible. We obviously need to do things correctly. But overall, I'm delighted that this council is going to support this, I think, wholeheartedly. We now need to use this as a point of momentum, do everything we can, as Councillor Hill says, push and push and push and push and push and never let up, because this is a tide that's pushing against us at the moment. We have to push this back. We have to change it on the ground. We have to change the perception, change the feeling. This is just the start from our perspective, and let's see what we can do in the future to turn this into tangible actions.
Councillor Sue Sharps.
Thank you. Having heard everybody spoke, I understand everybody is passionate about this, and I agree. Unfortunately for us, it is underinvestment in our children's services, that's no doubt. I'd like to see more investment, and I know that we'd all like more money to do that. Unfortunately, we maybe don't have that at the moment, but it's looking like it could be good. So that, unfortunately, lands on David Smith's shoulders at this point. I will support this, but there's always a caveat when you support something that you're not quite sure what you're looking at. Yes, it would be lovely to see more of what we're looking at here, but I understand that this has to be confidential. But it would be like to bring some back to us to show us just exactly how well you've done during the next year. And I think that would be something that we can start from. If we can't see what's confidential at the moment, show us what you've done, but show us in a confidential and classy way. Thank you very much.
Councillor Jonathan Nunn.
Very brief comment. I'd agree with Councillor Smith in the concern over these meetings being public, but there's much more to be done and much more that can be done. I remind you that Councillor Smith said to us that he would organise a face-to-face briefing with all the partners from the Community Safety Partnership, and I think we're all going to find that incredibly informative. And then beyond that, there does need to be a lot more comms to give people the confidence, because there is a great deal going on. Would just urge you to have a quick look at the West Northants Community Safety Partnership website. If you put that into Google, you'll find it takes it straight to our webpage. We've just looked. There is actually quite a lot of info. See what you think. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Adam Brown.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, just expanding on that point by the leader, I think that there is actually ample information on the West Northants website. If you search for Community Safety Partnership, you'll have the Community Safety Partnership plan on a page, you'll have an annual report, you'll have links to partner organisations and the governance of the Community Safety Partnership. It is true that on the Rugby Borough Council website there's pages and pages of information, but that's largely because as a well-established borough council, a lot of that is outdated information. By the time you get to page 4 of the search results, you're looking at committee agendas going as far back as 2011. So I think we do have sufficient information on our website. We'll continue to explore, expand and enhance what's available for the public. But yeah, communication is absolutely vital.
Thank you. Councillor Emma Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. If we truly want this motion to be non-political, if we truly do, then we'll move to the vote, and today we'll stand together in hope, and we'll move forward, and we'll take action. I believe the Community Safety Partnership should meet in public to a degree, in the same way that the Safeguarding Adults Board does when it needs to provide reports. The minutes of the meeting redacted could be on there, but we don't need to debate that today. Today, we stand together in hope and we move forward. I propose we move to the vote, Chair.
Thank you. I was about to do that. Councillor Cheryl Halls will now sum up and respond if she wishes to.
That's okay. Thank you. I don't really think there's much to add to what everyone else has said. Like I said when I was talking before, that I wanted the motion to evolve and adapt and to stay as our priority. Just quickly to add as well, we're talking about the community. Kingsthorpe Parish Council are holding a community consultation to discuss knife crime on the 8th of July at Kingsthorpe Baptist Church. So that'd be a good start to get into the community stuff. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move to the vote at paragraph 13.
Point of order.
Yes.
Councillor Harry Barrett reserved his right to respond. He did the second the motion.
Forgive me. Right, the seconder. Yes, I should have called you before. Yes, yes, indeed. Sorry, Councillor Harry Barrett.
Thank you, Chair. I did put my hand up, but you waved me away, so I thought you were telling me to go away. So thank you for every comments tonight, really. Hearing what we've heard from every angle in the room has been quite eye-opening, really. And there's just a few comments from me, really. From my perspective, when I look back at my childhood, I see a very different community experience that's faced by a lot of our young people today. Many young people in schools and colleges, and quite a few who aren't in school, will grow up without being able to join a local youth club, for example, or go to the after-school club, as most of them now have to be paid for. They will be without a local library, local places that they can congregate in those social times. And I know a lot of members have commented on that today, but it is true. They will never see a detached youth worker, or indeed a neighbourhood police officer or a community police officer in those social times. Continuing from earlier comments, and particular ones from Councillor Beersworth, last summer the Children's Commissioner spoke of battery children, so those barely leaving their flats and houses during the long summer holidays. We have those children right here in West Northamptonshire. What has happened to those schemes, for example, provided by local authorities in parks, playing fields? Our reliance on grant funding from central government needs to end ultimately, doesn't it? Because we need to take a look at ourselves, and I'm so proud of everyone's view on that, because that's come from all sides about looking at ourselves. In Liverpool, for example, they created a programme called Summer Splash, where thousands of students in school engaged with student mentors and had the time to develop summer activities. Councillor Smith rightfully advocates ideas for the future, and that is one for me that when the budget comes round next year, I ask us all to really focus on the comment of keeping this real, keeping it in our thinking, and then when Councillor Longley forms his budgetary pre-planning as early as he does, we all start talking about this and how we can proactively fund these type of initiatives and have the discussion early enough. You may be wondering what all of this has to do with knife crime, what I've said, and the answer is directly nothing. I'm trying to lay down the sort of community that too many young people grow up in, and in West Northamptonshire. In tandem, dealing with the immediate, we must attempt to rebuild that infrastructure that will give those young people those positive activities. I found out of interest this week that it costs £54,000 to place a young person in a young offenders institution, and I'm sure that would be much better spent covering the costs of a youth worker, for example. Ensuring that just one person a year did not stab someone is surely worth striving for. We hear a lot about early intervention, as we have done tonight. Investment in the communities in which our young people are growing up is an investment worth making in simpler economic cost-benefit terms. But importantly, in human terms, the dividends are far greater. This debate should not be about knife crime. Knife crime is a symptom, not a cause. We have hundreds of young people, often in the most disadvantaged of circumstances, often with learning and behavioural difficulties, with nothing better to do and nowhere to go. Is it hardly surprising that these young people are drawn into or recruited into these gangs with all that gang culture entails? Integral to that culture are the drugs, are the violence, and of course, the knife crime that comes with it. Is this any way for our society to allow our young people to be treated? I'm just going to final comment from me now. What I hope this motion brings is a recommitment, a desire, and importantly, a collective will to see change. And for me, it's something that we have to take forward in every way, in every means, in every way we act, so that these incidences aren't the common occurrence that they currently are. Thank you.
Thank you, members. We now move to the vote. At item 13, composite motions numbered 1 to 6 paragraphs. Vote now, please, in favour, against or abstain. "71 votes in favour, no other votes recorded." Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for your attendance, and most of the speeches were within the time limits. Thank you all for that assistance.